Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome one, welcome all to SimSpeed TV. Time once again for the Majors series. We've had another long break, but it's time to get back racing, and this time it is not on asphalt. We're doing off-road racing at Crandon for the Crandon World Cup. We are racing in Pro 2 and Pro 4 off-road trucks here. And it's a very interesting format indeed. We have got heats, we have got features, we've got a main right at the end, and it's going to be fantastic. There's going to be jumps, slides, probably some contact throughout the field. It's going to be off-road racing through and through. And to bring it to you all live on YouTube, Facebook, and Kick is myself, Reese Gardner, with Jay Kennedy alongside me in the comms box and handling production. Well, Jay, I don't believe we've done many races at Crandon. Off-road racing isn't really our thing here at SimSpeed TV, so this is going to be a nice change-up.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very exciting. The last time we broadcast stuff with the Pro Trucks was the Pro Truck Showdown, which was, of course, the Pro Trucks on road courses. This is very, very different from that, and it's going to be very, very exciting. Really looking forward to it. I think the last time we broadcast a race here at Crandon may have been around 2019 when we had a bit of an off-road rallycross style series, but yes, it's been a little while.
Yeah, it has indeed. So now we finally are broadcasting the Pro Trucks on their home turf, or home dirt, so to speak. I've been really looking forward to this one. Crandon is such a fun circuit. It is the premier off-road racing facility in the world, really. It's a fantastic track, and plenty of long straight stretches, plenty of big jumps. It's a reasonably long track too, so let's see how the drivers go through these 5-lap heats, 7-lap last chance qualifiers, and 10-lap main events. There's going to be a maximum of 20 cars in the feature, so let's see then who ends up making it through. Sorry. Let's see what the points are like coming into this round. It's certainly been Christian Challoner's season, hasn't it, Jay? He is well ahead of Justin Morton at the moment, but Morton could still come back in the last couple of rounds, and of course, as well as Tom Abramatis.
Yeah, this points as well has drop rounds taken into account now as well. So we're at that point of the season now, second half, where drop rounds start to come into effect, and yeah, it's still up for grabs. But yeah, Challoner has one hand on the trophy for now, but I don't believe he's running in this round. No, he is running this round. He's only just jumped into the practice session now, so he's got a little bit more work to do. But yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting night of racing. Morton, Abramatis have been absolutely brilliant, but that battle behind in the championship points is incredibly tight the whole way back down, even below the top 10 as well. It's really, really tight.
It absolutely is. I mean, you see there's only 2 points in it for 9th at the moment. Sam Harper might be able to jump up, and we see only 15 points between Crab and Foster as well. It's incredible stuff. Super close. There'll be a lot of jostling there. Daniel Stevens is in the lead of the Legends standings for drivers over 50 years of age, but not by much. Gav Barber and Brian Bennett are right with him.
Yeah, it's really close there as well. Drop rounds have meant that Stevens' gap has dropped a fair bit. He had a bit of a shocker last round out at Long Beach, but he'll be looking for redemption Now, Reese, you'll remember we've jokingly had some banter with Dan Stevens before. Remember the sausage rolls he used to put on his pro truck for every time he used to get hit in the pro truck showdown? Well, he's added them back onto his truck. We'll get a look at that later on. But every time he's been rolled over in this truck in a different race, he has added a sausage roll to his truck. The whole door is nearly taken up with sausage rolls. So that'll be a funny look when we get to it later on.
Oh, it absolutely will. Good to see that Dan Stevens has continued that one. That little joke from the Pro Truck Showdown. Let's see if he adds any more after this one. For the Teams Championship standings after the Grand Prix of Long Beach in the Pacific region, Mega Racing Team is well ahead of Forge Gold. So I don't think there's going to be much chance of them being in any danger for the lead at this point. But, of course, off-road racing is very chaotic. There could be a lot of shuffling here.
100% there could be, and probably will be a bit of shuffling in this Teams Championship, but I think the Teams title is well and truly open at this point. I think it's still lots of teams that could come away with that. We're not far away from getting into qualifying. We'll quickly have a look at a hot lap of the track in a moment, but we better talk about our charity for this round.
Yeah, we absolutely should. We are supporting Cure LGM2I. That is limb girdle muscular dystrophy type 2I. It's a progressively debilitating disease that's caused by weakness and muscle wasting, mainly in the shoulder and the hip areas. And of course, that can result in some big health problems beginning in early adolescence, including cardiovascular, respiratory, and overall physical complications. To date, the foundation's funded nearly $1 million to advocacy, awareness, and research programs, and it's really fantastic to see that kind of support. Remember that drivers can buy extra qualifying sessions in the majors, and that's one of the ways that the series donates to charities here. If you're interested in supporting, go to curelgm2i.com. All right then. We are in qualifying. Oh no, sorry, we are in the last few minutes of practice. Sorry. We're about to see a hot lap on board with Justin Morton across the start-finish line. Have to take a few jumps here for a very open sequence of first turns. You're pretty much flat out in the Pro 2 truck in this section. And then you got to get on the brakes and keep it going sideways through a slow left-hander onto what is pretty much the back straight of this track. You're negotiating ups and downs, lefts and rights, and you've got to heavily brake here for this hairpin. And it'll be interesting to see what line drivers take through that. Sometimes the outside line is the fastest, but some drivers like to take the inside.
Yeah, hooking it up around the tree sometimes is quicker. It depends on how the track is worn. You'll often see in dirt racing that at the start of the race and the end of the race, you're taking very, very different lines. Also depends on how big the fields are. This is my favorite part of the track. That long sweeping left-hander after the big jump. You can end up very, very unsettled very easily. And another jump just as you try and straighten the car up. Heavy braking zone for the second to last hairpin. And then the biggest jump on the track coming up. Actually a sign there with the jump record. I don't think we'll see anyone beat it, but this is a cool part.
It is, and Justin Morton does not beat it for the time being, but slowing right down for the final hairpin and back around to start another lap. It's pretty long for an off-road racing track. 1 minute 16.6 is Morton's current fastest time in this session. It's really awesome, this track. There's plenty of opportunities for passing. I mean, the thing with off-road is it's not just the heavy braking zones where you're going to see overtaking. It's off the jumps as well. If you don't nail the landing, then you lose lots of momentum.
Well, the other part to take into account as well is something we're about to look at is the land rush start as well. So yes, we don't have traditional starting gates and starting grid positions for start of a race. This is the start line, so you come from this area here about level with that motorbike on the right hand side. Everyone funnels down into turn, I think it's turn 7, but that's the first turn to start the race. You got to try and sort yourself out very quickly, starting 10 wide and then narrowing into that corner. It gets very, very nasty very quick. You want to make sure you're either clear with no one behind you, or you're right at the back. I think being right in the middle is very, very difficult.
Yeah, it's we talk about a lap one crush. Well, that's demonstrated quite literally here at Crandon, and you see that it is right next to that hairpin, next to the trees as well. So the drivers effectively have to do half a lap before they come around to the finish line to begin the first lap of the race, but they are racing to that line as well. So, oh boy, there's a lot to think about for these heats, for these features that we're going to be going through. Pro 2s are up first, obviously, and practice is now over. We can get a 10-minute qualifying session done. Each driver gets 4 laps to set their times and get sorted for the heats.
And we've got about 42-ish drivers out there as well, so we're going to have lots of cars that we can watch throughout this 10-minute session. We just pick the first car that's coming out. Jerry Isaacs will be the first car to hit the start line to start a flying lap.
That he will.
Big clouds just come over the track too.
Yeah, that might cool down the track surface a little bit, which could certainly result in some differences in lap time. 22-degree track temperature. There's a lot of grip available out there on the dirt. Of course, iRacing recently refreshed their dirt racing, and the off-road tracks plus the dirt ovals have received a new surface model. And having driven them myself a couple of months ago, I definitely think it's a huge improvement over the way dirt used to drive. That is too hot into the hairpin for Jerry Isaacs, and he comes to a complete stop.
That's not the quick way, but of course this is only the first lap of many. He'll have a bit more of a chance later on in the session to improve that. We said we have our championship protagonists out on track as well. And Christian Challoner, I didn't see him do a lap in practice, but he's out there for qualifying. See what he can do on this lap.
Absolutely, we will.
You did do a time in qualifying. Yeah, qualified P11.
Ah, yes, P11 in practice. That's that was only 3 thousandths off Sam Harper in the last position in the top 10, but Morton, it seems, is by far the quickest. He ran a time 4 tenths faster than Travis Walling at the top of the standings. But Challoner now coming towards the end of his first lap. He's looking very smooth off the jumps. That truck is barely complaining at all. A little bit wide in the middle of the second last corner, but he does manage to get a nice straight exit. Let's see how he gears up in the final turn here. Looks like a late apex. Straighten it up once more for the run across the line. We have our first times starting to come in a lapse time.
Yeah, it always catches me off guard that
yeah.
It's lap 0 until you complete the next lap.
Yes, so now we're definitely going to see how the drivers can tackle this circuit. Challoner turns in early for the hairpin, sideways through the middle, and he's one of the drivers that seems to want to hook up the inside for the best line through.
Real difference that you'll find is probably about here where you're going to see the big difference, because if you do run that wider line, you do have a bit of a faster exit, so you get more momentum on the run up to that right-hander. You do take that shallow line, you're a little bit slower, but you've gained a lot more time through that corner. So both can be fast in their own ways. We'll see what Challoner can do as Isaacs has finished his first lap, 1:18.2.
Yep, and it looks like Sam Harper going P2 on a 1:18.4. So times will undoubtedly get faster. And as I say that, Justin Morton goes to the top, 17.4 for him. Christian Challoner's first lap is going to be a 1:18.2, and that will put him in provisional P4 for now. It becomes P6 when William Fletcher and Austin Peterson put their first times in. Man, the times are absolutely flowing in at the moment. There is so much jostling about that I can barely keep track of where everyone is sitting.
Just focus on whoever we've got on screen. There's so much shuffling and changing that will happen for the next 5.5 odd minutes. Brian Barnes, that's a little bit of a slower first lap. He'll slot into P14. We've got 31 drivers that have actually posted a lap time already. Still a fair few that are trying to post a lap time. Roger Shank here trying to come and finish off his first time lap. This will be about a 120. 20.2.
All right, let's see how much faster he goes on his second lap. Only 5.5 minutes left in the 10-minute session, so the drivers are running out of time to get it going. There's a few drivers that did their first lap and then went back to the pits. Sam Harper, Dan Stevens, and Brian McGreevy up the top of the field. And 33 of the 48 drivers in the session have set times so far. Let's see what Travis Walling can do. One of the drivers that is looking to make an improvement here in the last couple of turns. Abramatis goes P7. Walling with a 118.2 is going to
Time count.
No, it didn't. So I think that's an outlap there for Travis Walling.
Northway, former series champion. He's out there now on his first time lap. See what he can do, but he'll be looking to get up towards the pointy end. Brand new champion of the international region of the major series.
Yes, and to date, last champion of the international region, because we aren't running an international region this year. It is Pacific and Atlantic. Of course, our friends at Global Sim Racing Channel are broadcasting the Atlantic region later on in the weekend. Matt Knight making his way around the hairpin. That looks like a nice smooth line through there. Adjust the steering on the exit and then hope that you manage to carry momentum through the corner. Seems like Justin Morton is insurmountable at the front of this field for the time being.
It was a good lap from Northway, though, that we were watching the end of.
It
wasn't too far off. I was going to say it wasn't very close, but it wasn't too far off. It's a good start when I'm already getting my words mixed up.
Yeah, only a few tenths in it. So one corner could make all the difference for the fastest time in qualifying, which will result in pole position for Heat 1.
At night, about to finish his lap. Has not posted a time yet, and that is a 121.5. That's in the 42nd position. This man here is looking very, very quick. Mr. Morton. Look at the wide line he's taking there.
Yeah, and look at the launch that he gets out of the corner too. Excellent stuff. Morton evidently has been putting in a lot of time practicing for this event, making adjustments to the setup as well. And the track has come to him very nicely. Let's see how this jump goes for him. That was a reasonably smooth landing for that jump. There's really no right way to take that jump.
There's no right way, but there are wrong ways.
Oh yeah, plenty of wrong ways. You don't want to be too sideways when you hit the ground. Sorry. Looks like a very late apex there for the second last corner too.
Very, very
nice.
Close to that barrier on the right-hand side there at the jump too, as Challoner goes to P2.
Oh yeah, 17.78. Morton runs 1 minute 17.6, but he will have one more lap to complete his run in qualifying. Northway picking up a little bit of damage to his front right. I think there was a bit of a rough landing somewhere.
Northway's just going to back it up a little bit to start that final flying lap. So we'll watch what he can do here. Austin Peterson also, he's actually completed his 4 laps, so he won't improve on a 17.9. 4 drivers into the 1 minute 17s. Now, one thing we probably should explain is every driver in this field also has the option later on of running in the Pro 4 category, which will come up straight after this. So some drivers may not be as strong in the Pro 2 as they are in the Pro 4, and vice versa. Of course, the difference being a lot more power in the Pro 4 truck.
Yeah, and 4-wheel drive as well. That's one thing that I hadn't mentioned yet. The Pro 2 trucks are rear-wheel drive. The trucks obviously both have V8 engines that produce quite a bit of grunt, but yeah, the Pro 2 has less power and it is rear-wheel drive. Morton goes across the line and doesn't improve once more, but it is still going to be provisional fastest time for him. Actually, he does go faster. Challenger we were looking at did improve, and it's down to a 17.4.
The driver's left to post another lap time. Timothy Klaus looks like he's about to come and finish his flying lap. Will he get to the line? I think he's got enough time.
Looks like it. That was a nice smooth line up until he had to get it straightened up there in the penultimate turn. Let's see what the run through the final corner is like. He's just trying to late apex it, try to get the truck lined up for that final run to the line. Stevens currently 19th at the moment, a little bit wide. No, unfortunately, that is the checkered flag. That is the end of the session. And now we can get into the heats. With the amount of drivers we have here, there are going to be 5 heats. And Justin Morton is the fastest of them all.
So this is the field for the first heat. Morton and Isaacs. Yeah, they'll all start alongside each other as well. So Foster, Ryan Steele, Scrivener, Robert Anderson, and then Adam Johnson and Wayne Hutchison. Last 2 will be Jonathan Ben and Mark Rediker. Now, I want to just give a little shout out. We've just got a bit of information that a little bit of a milestone race, this one. Wayne Hutchison is racing in his 100th Majors Series event.
That's awesome. Fantastic stuff from Wayne Hutchison. Very committed to this series and has been racing since the early days indeed. The Majors has been going for quite some time. All right, a little bit of revving here to start things off. The green flag is going to fly, and the first heat of the Crandon World Cup is away with the Land Rush start. At the moment, it looks like Morton has gotten the best run off the line, and he is on the very inside into the first turn they negotiate. So the field will do the opposite of fanning out, and a little bit of contact in the rear of the field. Jonathan Bain getting tagged by Robert Anderson.
Oh, who hit the tyres there?
Oh dear. Okay. Oh, that truck is destroyed. It's smoking. Scrivener is out already. That's a big shame for him. But Morton leads from Jerry Isaacs, who goes up the inside in the penultimate corner and briefly has the lead of the heat. But Morton, with a better exit around the outside, will protect that lead coming into the final corner to start contact. The full first lap. A little bit of a tap as well.
Jonathan Ben got a jump start penalty, so he has been forced into the pits to serve a black flag. Everyone else has got through other than Scrivener, who we saw have that issue at the start of the race.
Another poor run through turn 2 for Adam Johnson as well. He might come under pressure from Ryan Steele for P4, but that's the lead at the moment for Justin Morton. It's looking like an 0.8 of a second gap. And Morton's still running that outside line through the hairpin as everyone tries desperately to get it slowed up.
This is what happened to Scrivener. Just pressure on the landing, bang, straight into the pole.
Ouch. That is a destroyed truck for sure. And he won't be taking any further part in this heat. He'll be in the last chance qualifier though. So the number 51 of Jerry Isaacs still sitting pretty here in second place. The top 2 from each heat will transfer through to the feature. And with 5 heats, that means that's going to be 10 spots taken up for the maximum of 20 slots. So let's see how the pursuers go. Like Brenton Foster and Adam Johnson trying to take that coveted P2 spot.
I've got a little bit of misinformation I was giving you there, Reese. Not 100 rounds, 100 consecutive rounds. Which is even better.
Yeah, that's even more impressive. That's fantastic stuff there from Wayne Hutchison. Awesome just to to hear about drivers committing to series long term and not missing a race for 100 consecutive races. That is pretty solid when it comes to commitment to a hosted league. That's very sideways. Yep. Morton incredibly sideways through the air, but looks like he's done enough practice to know exactly how to get out of a jump with that level of sideways action. Looks like it could be on for third here, with Adam Johnson chasing down Brenton Foster, going very wide in the penultimate corner, but we'll see what that launch gives him.
Of course, these positions are still important. While it is the top 2 positions that will go through into the main straight away, the remaining positions will decide which heat you're in. So whether you're in the last chance qualifier 1 or 2, which could be a tougher field. You usually find that it's the first of those LCQs, the C main and the B main, are the more difficult. So it'll be interesting to see how that does play out. And you want to make sure that you get through, because getting into the main event is where all the points are going to pay out. It's just interesting too, watching in VR, Justin Morton just came through the hairpin there. He had a huge look over his shoulder to see how much of a gap he had over Jerry Isaacs. So when he comes by next time, we'll get another look at that. You can see how much time is lost with that different line on the entry to the corner. Then on the exit, he gains it all back.
It's all about gearing up for the exit, isn't it? When it comes to tracks like this, it doesn't really matter how you enter the corner. As long as you get the throttle application right and get the launch, then it will pay dividends. And you see the difference in line there. And Justin Morton starts streaking away once again from Jerry Isaacs. It's going to be the start of the penultimate lap here. At the moment, unless Morton makes a mistake, I think he's got this in the bag.
Just got to make sure he drives clean. But, I mean, Jerry Isaacs behind is applying enough pressure to make sure it's not smooth sailing. So Morton does have to be a little bit careful about how he tackles the remainder of this race. Still 1.5 seconds, but watch when he looks over his shoulder here. He knows that Isaacs, if he takes a completely different line here, he could change the outcome of the race. Watch him look over his shoulder here. Just going to look over and make sure he's okay. No, he didn't look that time. Of course, as I talk about it, he didn't want to do it.
No. At the very least, I know that you're a truth teller, Jay, when it comes to stuff like this. Most of the time. But yeah, I think Morton's confident that he's got the lead he needs for the time being. That looked like a bit of a rough landing, but he manages to keep the momentum up through the left-hander.
Adam Johnson, right behind the third position. He's just had a huge moment. He's now in the race. Watch this. Just straight on and out. He's out into the no man's land, and the Nether has sent him back to the pits.
That's a real shame. Unfortunately, that is the case with tracks like Crandon. You've got to keep it within the bounds of the racetrack, otherwise you are sent straight back to the pits. It's a white flag in the first heat. Justin Morton leads by 2.2 seconds over Jerry Isaacs. Mark Redeker with the biggest advance through the field. Started 10th, but is now in 8th with Scrivener and Ben, unfortunately, out of this one.
And right on cue, Justin Morton looked over his shoulder that time.
Goodness me. Well, you can always trust drivers to do the most interesting things when they are not showing up on the Zoom feed. Unfortunately for Ben, with that jump start penalty, he tried to take the drive-through, but he's reporting that the drive-through wouldn't clear, so he is out of the first heat. But for this man, Justin Morton, it has been a dominant run in the first heat of the night. He has looked completely untroubled in the lead as the gap extends further to over 3 seconds to Jerry Isaacs. And that is going to be position secured in the Pro 2 feature for Justin Morton.
Yep, well done to Jerry Isaacs as well. Also makes it through. Foster will be P1 in the B main. So, I mean, not the worst place to be. If you can't get straight through, you want to start in the best position in your consolation race. So, yeah, LCQ. Steele, Anderson, Hutchison, Redicat be the last finishes of the race. And Johnson and Ben both in the pits, with Mark Redicat just gingerly bringing it home. There's a car facing the wrong way there. That shouldn't be there.
Well,
Adam Johnson's got back out on the track too, but he has finished the race, which is a positive, I guess.
yeah, it has. Well, they're still going around the circuit at some speed, but the race is indeed over as the last driver crosses the line. And those are your results. Morton and Isaacs through to the feature. Everyone else is going to have to either bring it up in the last chance qualifier or go home. Let's move on to Heat 2 then. Christian Challoner is going to start P1 on the very inside of the Land Rush start. Sam Harper in second place. Garen Batten and Rory Wetherington qualified slightly worse. They are going to start third and fourth, with Lottridge and Sheridan in fifth and sixth. Ken Leung in the number 41 is going to start alongside them, as well as Patrick Stein. And then we have Matt Chalker and Don Parks bringing up the rear of the field. And starting all the way on the right here. No, sorry, starting all the way on the left. I keep thinking about the Land Rush starters looking towards the trucks. But here we go. We are away. Green flag flies, and Challoner has not gotten the best start. It looks like Sam Harper, the jump actually got Harper there. He's going to swing out wide and try to protect himself coming into this turn. But of all people, it's going to be Don Parks who leads the way.
Great start from Parks to get from the very, very outside into P1. Shows the advantage. Ken Leung has a big moment over that jump, so it's caught two people out in our first two races.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Leung, but I think he's managed to avoid race-ending damage. Here's the run for the lead. Oh, Challoner having a big go, and oh dear, looks like he's a bit flummoxed. Spinning around is Patrick Stein. He got bumped to the inside of the penultimate corner. Challoner back into the lead, and round the outside. Oh dear, oh no.
Sam Harper around.
Yeah, Harper a little bit too hot into the hairpin and had to get on the brakes. A little bit of a tap as well sent him around. So Challoner is in the lead, and by quite some margin. It is a huge battle for second place though. Don Parks trying desperately to hold the pack behind.
6 cars trying to steal second place, and all knowing that if they do get up into second, they get that free ride into the main event. This is very, very tight. Have a look at the different lines there, and Garen Batten makes contact with Don Parks just on the exit.
And they're side-by-side drag race over the bumps and jumps, coming into this fearsomely quick corner. Sometimes the outside line is where you want to be, and for Garen Batten it certainly is. Now he just has to nail this jump and secure that position. Bit of a straight landing, he loses momentum in the middle, gets a bump. Oh, no! Up onto the berm for Don Parks.
And that contact for him, getting turned around there, started with him making a little bit of contact into Garen Batten. So in the pits comes Matt Chalker. He's got a mechanical black flag. He'll come in and get that fixed. But the battle for second is still ongoing. Although that field is fractured a bit, Rory Wetherington now trying to apply pressure to Garen Batten. Oh, there's been another wreck behind. Harper and Sheridan.
Oh no, and stopped, but they will get back going. Sheridan spins it back around, and then the fight continues between Garen Batten and Rory Wetherington. Difference in lines here. Batten running a slightly wider line, carries more momentum through the corner and straightens it up. Fantastic run out of the turn. And Rory Wetherington is going to have to try and find another way to get up to him. Christian Challoner is leaving everybody behind at the moment. The gap is nearly 6 seconds at the front of this field, so it truly is a race for second.
You can tell how much the battling, the side-by-side, the bumping and barging does slow down the pace. So these guys were serious about trying to catch Challoner once he got into the lead. They wouldn't have done that bumping and barging, but I don't think they care. I think they're having a lot of fun, but yeah, there's a lot of stress going on in this field now. Don Parks has had another issue, unfortunately. He's facing the wrong way at the jump.
Well, he had his moment of glory. Unfortunately, he's going to have to try and get back up to speed, and looks like Sheridan's going to get past him as well. So let's see how The battle goes for 7th here. Parks getting back up to speed very quickly, and that's a big slide for Sheridan coming off the jump. Parks absolutely flinging it into the penultimate corner, and a lovely run through the turn as well. So he'll protect that position for now. Challoner fastest on track as we get a replay of the start for Don Parks. And look at that. That's interesting. He goes straight to the dirt. A little bit more grip on the dirt compared to the grass. So that's the main reason why he led into the first turn.
It was very, very clever. So he'll take a bit of knowledge away from that. I'm sure the people that are watching either the broadcast or watching in session would have gone, hey, that's a little bit clever. We might want to do that. So I'm sure that others have watched that. And Lung now applying pressure to Alexander Sheridan, and around he goes.
Oh no! Oh, okay.
Parks just came in there hot. He used Lung to
He
get
got
around
away
the corner.
with it.
He did get away with it. I don't think King Lung will be too happy with that, but it worked.
Oh, it did. Matt Chalker, it looks like, has gone into the pits as well. That's an unfortunate seeming end to the heat for the number 31. Man, this race has been action-packed so far, and the action will not stop. We have plenty of racing to come as Challoner goes faster again. I wanted to point out, just going back to the first heat for a second with Jonathan Ben's unfortunate jump start, he noted that he had his foot on the clutch pedal, not the brake pedal. Now, if you're unfamiliar with how these off-road Pro trucks work, the Pro 2 has a torque converter automatic transmission that is shifted manually. So this car doesn't actually have a clutch. The drivers need to be very careful with that on the standing starts. They need to keep their foot on the brake as they rev up.
Very, very easy mistake to do when you don't drive these cars a lot, and I'm sure most of these guys don't drive these cars a huge amount. Don Parks had another issue there as well, so the glory that he had at the start of the race is gone. He's back to where he started, essentially, with Matt Chalker still being out, and it looks like he's pulling over as well.
Okay. Looks like that's the end of it for Don Parks. He's going to have a last chance qualifier, potentially, to sort things out there. But the chase is on for second place still. Rory Wetherington starting to catch up to Garen Batten once more. Looks like they're very close on times. They are setting low 119s, but Challoner still in the 117s. Have a look at that. Garen Batten setting a 118.5. It was a 117.92 for Wetherington, and look at how hard he is pushing. He's flinging it towards the inside. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to work out for the number 43. Very wide, too hot into the corner, and the gap increases again to Batten.
And Lottridge behind did the exact same thing as well. Patrick Stein, we'll see what he does. That's a much better line. The Challoner now half a lap to go, and have a look at the gap he's still got on Batten. It's out to 8.5 seconds. Incredible how much of a margin he pulled. Remembering that he hardly did a lap in practice, didn't start P1 in quali, or get P1 in quali, was third coming into the first heavy braking zone, and then got to first by the next corner. Incredibly good drive from Challoner.
Yeah, really fantastic stuff. He only has 2 turns to go, which is rapidly turning into 1.5, with Challoner now straightening it up, and the checkered flag already out, ready to receive. The number 1 car, championship leader in the Pacific region of the majors, takes the win for the second heat. Looks like Garen Batten has enough of a gap over Rory Wetherington that he should be safe in second, and he will go straight through into the feature.
Good to get the fastest lap on the last lap of the race as well, so Challoner has done that, 17.4. We'll see what that lap time does evolve to throughout the night as well. So 117.4, the current fastest lap of the night in regards to race spec. See how much that changes as the dirt does evolve throughout the night. Lottridge in 4th, Patrick Stein in 5th, Alexander Sheridan in 6th, and the last car that will finish the race will be Sam Harper. Everyone else has decided to park the car early.
It's a shame there for Harper. He ran well in qualifying, but yeah, evidently the heat did not go his way. He'll have to wait for the last chance qualifier for that. So Challoner and Batten through to the feature. Everyone else either has an opportunity to race or does not. Let's see how things go in the third heat now, with Robert Northway starting all the way over on driver's right. Tom Abramatis will line up to his left. Shane Vickery and Brian Bennett, the next two trucks, with Cody Richardson and Brian McGreevy smack dab in the middle. Greg McEnany is going to start alongside Ray Partridge, with Mark Santana and Brian Britt taking up our 10-car field for the third heat. All right. There's that KSR livery for Robert Northway, who's definitely a very active driver and is looking to have a good season in 2023. Let's see what he can do to hold off Abramatis, and keep an eye on the drivers on the right side of the screen as well. We'll see if they go all the way over to the clay. Robert Northway, I think, with a slight jump start there. And away we go. Robert Northway has a black flag.
Yep.
That is a jump start for Robert Northway. Absolute disaster coming into the first turn for him as McGreevy sweeps around the outside to take the lead.
Brian Bennett into the wall. Forced a little bit wide and into the wall. McGreevy with the lead. Santana into second. Northway back to third, with Abramatis almost making contact with him. But Northway will have to jump into the pits and see if he can clear that black flag. But we saw Jonathan Ben had issues in Heat 1. Couldn't clear it. We'll see if Northway can.
Yes, that's not optimal for Robert Northway. It is on for the lead, though. Mark Santana getting up the inside of McGreevy, and there's contact. McGreevy is going to have to get on the anchors and try to get back going in the midst of drivers making their way through the final turn. That's our first flip of the night. Cody Richardson on his roof.
That is not the fast way. Driving like a turtle does not work.
There was contact with Greg McEnany there, unfortunately. McEnany in fourth place. So currently, Abramatis in the lead. Sorry, no, it is Mark Santana in the lead. My apologies. With Tom Abramatis chasing. This is the closest battle for the lead of a heat that we've seen so far. Let's have another look at how that lead was taken, and contact in the middle of the air. Incredible stuff.
That explains a lot about why McGreevy went off the track there. It's hard to get grip when you're...
Santana's off.
Oh, no.
Okay. He's actually gone across... Yeah, he's gone across to the final corner. He has escaped back to the pits as a result of that. If you cut half the track, then that is an insurmountable black flag. So Tom Abramatis will continue on there. Oh, that's a shame for Santana. Yeah, well, and that's how things end up. Got actually bounced onto the circuit again there. So
Northway hasn't been able to clear that black flag, but I guess the positive for him is there's two drivers that are out of the race, so he might still be able to finish ahead. Battle going on for 5th and 6th. The last two runners on the lead lap. Actually, Northway's not that far behind as well. When Brian Bennett and Ray Partridge both have had woes in this race. Bennett right at the start. Remember, he was the one that was in the wall on the inside. Ray Partridge is like he's struggling a little bit for grip out there at the moment.
Yeah, struggling quite a bit, but maybe with another cloud coming over the track, he'll try and get a little bit more momentum through the corners. It just seems that the truck is rotating a little bit too much for his liking through the hairpins. It's all about managing the slides in this thing. You obviously do want to slide. It is the fastest way through a lot of these corners, but if you slide too much, then you'll lose momentum. You face the possibility of the truck gripping up in the middle of the corner and straightening up too early. Keeping an eye here on the battle for second, Greg McEnany is going to hold off Shane Vickery for a few corners longer here. The end of the second lap of the heat, and Brian McGreevy sitting lovely in the lead of the race at the moment. Seems like he's nailing almost every jump, every single turn, and every apex. Have a look at the fastest laps coming in, though. Brian Bennett with a 118.3. That was 0.4 quicker than the lap that McGreevy set.
Shane Vickery last lap was a little bit quicker than McGreevy McInerney was the fastest in this 3-car group. See the two, Brian Bennett behind. He's not too far away from catching these guys. He was the fastest car on track on the previous lap, as you can see with the fastest lap counter. So watch out for him. He has enough pace to maybe get up to third, and if there's a mistake from McGreevy, he could steal second. I'll tell you what, Vickery, that's aggressive.
Oh, it is. I do apologize. Oh dear. Manages to keep the momentum up. I miscalled those positions a little bit earlier. For some reason, Abramatis wasn't showing up on my in-sim timing for a second. Oh, hello.
Well, that's a mistake.
Yeah, that's Brian McGreevy, who is now in trouble for second place, and it looks to me like Vickery is going to try and take it here at the final corner, but he gets bumped into the wall on the inside. That's going to bring McEnany back into it. Brian Bennett in P5 as well. Oh, Bennett going for it on McEnany into the first corner, and unfortunately the concrete barrier took him and shook him up something fierce. So now it's a three-way fight between McGreevy, Vickery, and McEnany for that final spot to transfer straight through into the feature.
Been a very, very entertaining battle, hasn't it? As Northway now takes the fastest lap away. Yeah, concrete, you definitely want to avoid it because it does bite you and bite pretty hard, doesn't it? It doesn't move very, very far in these races. We've seen that before in street racing. Actually, concrete walls don't move, but definitely don't move with a bit of extra dirt pushed up against them as well.
Certainly. Oh, here's Vickery. Gets past McGreevy into second place. It looked like a beautifully executed pass coming off the huge jump. But will he be able to hold on to it? McGreevy sticking to the inside. Actually has to slow up in the middle of the corner. That's a better launch then for Shane Vickery. Across the huge, huge jump into the final corner. Let's have another look at how that pass was made.
Great run of momentum and then just hit the jump much straighter. That's all it was. He hit the jump straight. That was enough to get him up the inside and get the move done.
They were rubbing panels, weren't they, through it? That's why we love off-road racing. There is always a bit of contact involved, but usually it's all well and good. So it is the last lap. Tom Abramatis in the lead by Vickery. 11 seconds as Vickery catches the berm on the way into the hairpin, but he holds on to it. Look at that. McGreevy actually losing out there. It was a little bit too much of a rotation there for the number 68, so McEnany might be looking at third here by the end of the lap.
Vickery should have been facing the wrong direction there. He was so far up into that dirt mound, and then he takes the jump a little too aggressive as well, but he's managed to maintain the momentum. Tom Abramatis is going to pull away and take a huge win. He's 11.5 seconds ahead. That's a massive margin. Oh. Maybe one of the biggest we'll see is McInerney upside down.
Yeah, I just noticed that. Abramatis takes victory. Shane Vickery is going to finish in second place and transfer through to the feature. Unfortunately for McEnany, it looks like it was contact with McGreevy. Have a look at this. He gets into McGreevy and then gets sent towards the berm, and, well, if you hit it at that angle, the only place you're going to end up is on your lid.
Heartbreaking, because he deserved a great result in that race, but he'll finish in the end back in P. It looks like he might get classified. No, actually, my graphics showing something completely different. So we might have to wait for everyone to cross the line before that's correct.
Yeah,
I think
we
everyone
definitely
has.
might. Yeah, looks like it. Brian Britt did not take to the start in that one, unfortunately. So we have 9 trucks taking part in that. Cody Richardson, 4 laps down, unfortunately, with 1 lap down for Mark Santana. And Robert Northway pointing out something very important for everybody in sim voice chat as the green flag flies for Heat 4. We'll get into that in a second. Austin Peterson is the driver all the way over onto the left. And once again, seems like the drivers on the right, they have the better start, but they're getting into each other.
Got to make sure that you don't bounce off each other because you can use that to your advantage, but it's Bryce Roberts who's got the best start. Sorry we couldn't get through the grid there because everyone was so keen to get in and race that they jumped straight onto the grid. Nick Kuhn gets through after passing, I think that was Austin Peterson there, who was in second. He's now back to 4th.
Yeah, here we go then. The race for second, late on the brakes for Travis Warling, who holds the outside versus Austin Peterson. Daniel Stevens, though, with the launch on the inside, coming through the outside for the final corner. Stevens gets hit wide, and oh dear, that's the Tonka Tough car of Nick Kuhn getting battered about and losing 2 positions.
Interesting little race we've got here at the start. Drew Lalonde has broken a little bit of a margin already. Oh, I apologise. Sorry, Bryce Roberts has broken a little bit of a margin. My timing was giving me false information. The half lap that counts as lap 1 as well as the rest of the full lap 1 tricks the graphics for me. But here comes Peterson looking up the inside. Travis Warling with the momentum on the outside. A little bit of hip and shoulder. Love it.
Oh, and a bit more across the jump there. Peterson recovers, but he'll have to file into this turn behind Travis Warling. Let's see how they take the jump side by side. You've got to be very specific with how you take these jumps, otherwise you lose a lot of pace, but you can use it for a bit more rotation, as Austin Peterson just did. Look at this fight. This is fantastic. And that's our top 3, all in the same frame.
Closest battle at the front we've had, and then there's another battle just behind between Kuhn, Price and Stevens. As around goes Nick Kuhn. He makes contact with Dan Stevens after contact with Zach Price. Back at the front, side by side between Peterson and Warling. This is the end of the first of 5 laps. If they keep this up, neither of us will have a voice by the end.
I'm loving this. This is fantastic. Bryce Roberts taking great advantage of this fight between second and third. Once again, if you're running side by side, if you're dicing with another truck, you end up losing a lot of momentum. But Bryce Roberts now, not the greatest of runs through the first couple of corners, still within striking distance of Travis Warling and Austin Peterson.
Oh, look at the heart rate.
On board. Oh yeah, Dan Stevens is absolutely motoring it out there. Currently running in P5, chasing down Zach Price, and look at our leaders now. They almost went 3 wide on the exit of the hairpin. It looks like Stevens has managed to get by Price into 4th place, as round the outside, Bryce Roberts is going to defend here, and look at the inside run from Austin Peterson. Oh, contact at the start of the jump. That's Peterson and Roberts who will get sent into the barriers.
Dan Stevens goes from 5th at the start of the lap up into 2nd, just with that contact between Bryce Roberts and Austin Peterson. They both came together in the middle of the jump. It's the danger of going side by side over the jump, because if both of you take a slightly incorrect line and try and get to the middle of the track, always going to end in big, big tears. Good thing is they're still going. Brett Trozen's closing in on them now too.
Yes, so it looks like, unfortunately for for Bryce Roberts, he has gone from one intense fight to another. Stevens running the fastest lap of the race there. Travis Warling, it looks like, has a comfortable lead at the moment. Stevens could still be under threat, though, because Zach Price is not letting him get away. Let's see how that happened.
He backed out of it knowing that there could have been contact happening there.
Yeah, that's good heads-up driving there from Travis Warling, and it netted him the lead of the heat. Looks like a safe re-entry as well, or reasonably safe, at least if you're talking about the driver who was still on the dirt. All right, we're now in the mid-phase of this heat, and Stevens using the sequential shifter on his rig, which is somewhat similar to how these trucks are controlled in the real world. Once again, it's a 3-speed torque converter automatic transmission that is shifted manually. You're basically shifting a column from 1st to 3rd, but Stevens using the sequential shifter, which is about as close as you can get with the hardware that he's got. And you see how smooth he's driving as well. And look at him looking into the corners as well. The amount of sideways action in these trucks, you have to be focusing on the track ahead of you if you want to be quick.
Yeah, 100%. And the one thing you will have to be a little bit careful of is if we spin this camera back that way, Zach Price is closing that gap down a little bit, so he's got to be a little bit careful. That line that he took there, he dropped down to about 20 kilometers an hour, so you can find yourself a little susceptible. If someone comes in a little bit hot, they can go bang straight into you. If you do take that a little bit too slow, there's fair bit of contact going on back here between Austin Peterson and Drew Lalonde. Drew Lalonde just got absolutely run over at the exit of that hairpin.
Absolutely did. Peterson keeping up the pace. That was a very aggressive way to take the jump, wasn't it? Bryce Roberts, meanwhile, is trading positions with Jake Fox, and it actually looks like Fox had a bad run over the jump that time. He is now right back with Brett Trozen, and they will be fighting over the last running spot in the field. All the trucks, that started are still running, which is good to see. And this is Drew Lalonde getting an excellent exit. Unfortunately, on live pictures, it looks like Trozen had a spin and is unfortunately way behind now. We'll stay with Stevens and Price for second place. It is the final lap. I haven't gotten any time to highlight it, but Robert Northway said on the InSim voice and text chat that if you do get a jump start penalty, don't take it right away. You have to wait until the first lap has officially started to serve that penalty. Drivers will need to keep that in mind if they accidentally jump the start. Here's Drew Lalonde, who's actually managed to get past Bryce Roberts there. Good defense for fifth place. And we'll see how long they can hold on to that. It's all about consistency across the jumps here at Crandon. And Roberts was off screen, but wow, he had a big adventurous run off the jump there. One corner to go, though, for Travis Walling in truck number 90. Under no pressure at all. And look at how beautifully smooth he is coming out of these corners. That's the reason why he takes victory in the fourth heat of the night. Stevens, meanwhile, is going to come across the line and secure second place. He will move straight through to the feature. Nearly runs over the marshals.
Yeah, he gave him a thumbs up, though.
Nice. Well, those are your results. Austin Peterson taking the fastest lap on the final lap of the race, but does not finish in the feature promotion area. Price rounds out the podium, and all trucks that started got to the finish and on the lead lap, which is awesome to see. One more heat to go here, and it's going to be another 9-truck field. William Fletcher will start all the way over on the right-hand side for the Land Rush, and Gavin Barber will be on his left-hand side. Jonathan Dance in third, along with Brian Barnes in the number 4 Dog Bear Red truck. An awful lot of blue on that one for a team called Dog Bear Red. Jason McSparrow and Andrew Kotska are up next, with Roger Shank and Matt Knight 7th and 8th. 9th and final truck to take to the start, number 37, Timothy Klaus. And they are already gearing up here for this start. Of course, it's been a learning experience for quite a few drivers, learning how to start these things properly. Remember, you've got to keep your foot on the brake. And the way I found to start these things is to actually start in neutral and shift into first when the lights go green.
Oh,
but
no.
already, yeah, Jonathan Dance. He's going to have to wait until the end of the first lap here to get that one done. But he does move into the first proper turn, along with the rest of the field. Andrew Kotska with the best start. It's the drivers over on drivers left who always end up getting the best starts there. They can get onto the dirt quicker where there is more grip. And it looks like there's a bit of chaos back in the field as Barnes and Barber were trying to negotiate each other. It's a poor run for Jason McSparron, who ends up letting them by on the inside.
This is a
on
rough
board
ride
here with Gav Barber. Oh yeah, it's an absolute rough ride. Gavin Barber running a motion rig. We've seen it quite a few times, but this is where it really fits its purpose.
You notice he's got the seatbelts on today. I think he needs them over these jumps.
Yeah, probably be bounced out of the seat at a track like this. It's incredible. Look at him go.
I feel sick watching him. It's unreal, but it's amazing, but horrible at the same time.
Oh, goodness. All about immersion for Gavin Barber, who is currently 6th place, and it's a pack that goes all the way up to 2nd with Matt Knight at the moment, trying to fend off Jonathan Dance, who still has to pull into the pits and take the jump start penalty. Oh, no. Away they go, but they managed to keep it going. Excellent stuff. Seems like when there has been contact of that manner, it hasn't been race ending, which is good to see.
Little bump there. You just saw Gav Barber's car go a little sideways there. That was because Jason McSparron gave him a little bit of a hip and shoulder through that corner. Yeah, this ride is very, very rough, but it looks like he's okay with it. He looks very composed.
Yeah, I mean, Gavin Barber always looks pretty composed when he's at the wheel.
Oh, he's pretty calm, isn't he?
Yeah, there's not much that is betrayed on his expression. He's full focus. Jonathan Dance has pulled into the pits, and it looks like that will be the first successfully cleared penalty of the night. Meanwhile, car 152, Matt Knight, he is still not out of the weeds here. William Fletcher and Brian Barnes chasing him down for that last spot to transfer straight into the feature.
Fletcher's looking very, very smooth as well. He's content just to watch these guys not be too aggressive too early on. Gotta be careful though, because Brian Barnes is just behind as well. You can see him just there, a little bit back. Barnes is actually probably in a good spot there because he's got enough of a gap that he can do something if something big happens. That's a great exit from Fletcher on the inside. Matt Knight's got the run on the outside, which becomes the inside, but that was a beautiful bit of driving from Fletcher. Really be able to get the move done. They're still side by side. Back into single file for now.
Ooh.
Or do they?
Yeah, a bit of a better roll. No, that's too sideways. Oh, that's a T-bone. Oh, dearie me. Well, that's the front end gone for William Fletcher, unfortunately. Driver who started on effective pole position. And I think he'll try and limp that one home. Real shame. But it's still on here between Gavin Barber and Matt Knight. Looks like Barber, actually, if he can get a good run here, could get into second spot. Has to defend quite a bit from Matt Knight, though. Here's a replay of that big moment we just saw sideways across the jump there for the 152, and then bam.
The funny part of, not funny, but the interesting part of that is Matt Knight was the one that was all crossed up and made all of the impact. He's the one that's driven away with it relatively okay. William Fletcher was the one that was just driving along nice and composed, nice and gently. It's absolutely cleaned up, not through any fault of Knight, no intent there, but he's the one that's ended up with all the damage on his truck.
Yeah, that's a shame there for William Fletcher, and well, he'll certainly be hoping that he can at least get to the finish from here. I noticed that he's got outdoor cast iron cooking on the side of his truck, and I'm a fan of that. I do love my cast iron. Never get between a man and his cast iron pan. In any case, lap 3, and Gavin Barber still chasing down Brian Barnes for P2, but the gap has increased a bit. Andrew Kotska in the lead of this one. Doesn't look like he's under much pressure, but the gap is still small enough that he cannot afford to make a mistake right now.
100%. Brian Barnes last lap by 1.5 seconds faster. So Brian Barnes is closing the gap down. It was 3 seconds at the start of the previous lap. Kotska, that's not the right line through there. I mean, it'll work, but it's not the quick way to do it.
Well, he's managed to hold on to the lead margin he has, at least for the time being. And wow, he's slowing all the way down for that hairpin. He's just focusing on getting the thing straightened up and then nailing the throttle. Those are your gaps at the moment. It's looking a bit close between Matt Knight and Jason McSparron. Further back in the field, the battle for 4th. This is the closest fight on track at the moment. They're both straightening themselves out over the jump nicely, but that's a bad landing for Matt Knight. Contact. McSparron. Oh, he's sliding. Oh, no. Oh, it's incidents like that that really get me, when it's like you don't want it to keep going, but it does. And unfortunately, McSparron all the way to the back on the lead lap. That has actually resulted in a profit for William Fletcher, who is now in 4th spot. Final lap and fastest lap from Andrew Kotska into the 1:17s, and it's looking to me like he's still got exactly the gap he needs over Brian Barnes.
One thing is, though, that gap is about the time loss getting that jump wrong, coming up to the big sweeping left-hander. So you don't take that right. And I'll tell you what, he hasn't taken the hairpin right. He's lost all of that time in one corner. Here comes Ryan Barnes.
Oh, he tried to cover it, though, didn't he, Andrew Kotska? But Barnes was alongside him. So now, what does Barnes do here? Has to focus on being straight over the jumps. Can't afford to lose any momentum. Straighten up the wheel across the jump. And that's a nice smooth landing indeed. Could this be a last lap pass for the win? He gets up the inside, coming into the penultimate corner. This is fantastic between Brian Barnes and Andrew Kotska. The outside line can be where you want to be. It's the over-under from Andrew Kotska. He straightens it up. There's contact on the exit. Barnes almost sent off the road. Inside for the final corner. I think that Barnes might just have this. He needs to cover the inside. Leaves the door open, but it's not enough for Andrew Kotska. Brian Barnes wins the heat.
By half a second in the end, just over 200ths of a second, sorry.
Wow.
End. What a beautiful passing the end there. I was worried that those two were going to make contact and Gav Barber was going to come through and steal the position, but they did a good job of just rubbing enough to make sure it didn't end in tears. That's an absolute fantastic finish to our heats.
Yeah, and Barnes and Kotska know it. They were congratulating each other on the InSim voice chat. They definitely enjoyed that battle, so they'll move through into the feature, and Barber will complete the podium in this final heat. Wow. This opening salvo for the night has been nothing short of fantastic. I was starting off this broadcast on not much sleep, so I was feeling a little bit sluggish. That is not the case now.
Yeah, we've had a big weekend of broadcasts already with more to come, but this one that's coming up next is going to be absolutely intense. Top 5 go through to the final out of this 19-car LCQ. Foster, McGreevy, we've got Barber, Lottridge, Peterson, Robert Anderson, Robert Northway, Matt Knight, Alexander Sheridan, Bryce Roberts, Mark Redeker, Greg McInerney, who else we've got? Timothy Klaus, Ken Lung, Jake Fox, Brian Scrivener, Cody Richardson, Jonathan Dance, and Matt Chalker. I'll try and get all the cars up on screen, but we might be short on time. We'll see.
Maybe. I think we got 20 seconds remaining on the timer.
Make it. Look at this. Got all of them on screen.
Are.
Well done.
Lovely stuff. Yes, go Jay. And already the revs are rising and we're getting ready to go here. Jump start from, who was that? That was Ken Lung. Unfortunately, the land rush is on. 19 trucks taking to the start and only 5 will transfer through to the feature. Who's going to get it done? Look at that from that 3 wide there. We've already got a truck off. That's Cody Richardson, unfortunately. Brenton Foster is the one leading the way into the opening turns of the race. Robert Northway is in second and still protecting. Our top 5 looking okay for the time being. It's rounded out by Dance, Roberts and Sheridan. Brian McGreevy trying to chase down. Problem for Jake Fox. He's fallen back to 13th as everyone tries their best to negotiate these turns.
2 jump starts. So as you said, Ken Lung had a jump start. Matt Knight also had a jump start. He's currently in 7th position. He's going to end up having to drive through the pit lane.
Oh, big flip for the 31.
Chalker.
Oh dear. He's on his side.
Not going well for him.
He's trying to get it done, and he's actually gotten some help. That might be worth a replay. He got some help from Jason Lottridge to right himself, but the racing action is still on. We'll have to wait a bit for that replay. It is side by side right now, coming into the hairpin here between Jonathan Dance and Bryce Roberts, and Roberts shuffles Dance wide. Oh, there's another flip behind. Looks like Austin Peterson, and he's managed to actually land on his wheels, which is good to see. There's more carnage at the back. Timothy Klaus around. Oh god. I mean, we've got a B main after this, which is going to have the same amount of trucks in it. It's difficult to keep track of what's going on already. But Northway chasing down Brenton Foster here for the lead.
Look at this start from Jonathan Dance. There's the jump start from Matt Knight. You just saw just ahead. So he started in 18th position. Goes to the clay. Have a look at this. By the time he gets to the exit of this corner, he's already up. Position number 3.
Yeah, that shows the value of trying to get onto the clay as soon as possible. So, there's a slightly longer race here in the last chance qualifiers, 7 laps. Number 46, Jonathan Dance, still chasing down Bryce Roberts here for the last spot on the podium. Alexander Sheridan under pressure. Here's the writing here for the number 31. A little bit of help.
Got a friend in me. Oh, in the background there, you see that's Greg McInerney having an issue.
Problem for Lotteridge. That might be worth a replay. Mark Redeker, unfortunately, he got started. He had a spin, and unfortunately, that was a big unsafe re-entry here ahead of Jason Lotteridge. Look at this. So right here, and Lotteridge gets wedged on the concrete barrier. Lotteridge not happy with that. And Mark Redeker drawing the ire of Jason Lotteridge for that unsafe re-entry back onto the racing line. Brenton Foster in the lead with the fastest lap so far. He's still not quite safe from Robert Northway for the win. Bryce Roberts and Jonathan Dance are still fighting hard over 3rd place. And Alexander Sheridan, it looks like, has gotten a bit of a gap over Austin Peterson. Here's the number 37 as well. Yeah.
It's the... the rail and ends up on the wrong side of it.
Oh dear.
I love this track. It's so fun in all different ways. The racing is amazing, and then you have some very, very entertaining comedy moments that happen, or comedic moments that happen. 3 very, very good battles within the top 6. Remembering the top 5 go through, 6 on back, well, they can go and warm up for the Pro 4s if they're racing. Otherwise, their night's done.
Yeah, exactly right. Pro 2 and Pro 4 are both active tonight. And drivers can run in either or both races if they so desire. Sheridan versus Peterson for that last transfer spot. It looks like Peterson is pushing hard at the moment. See the momentum he carries into these corners, but once they get to the middle there and the truck grips back up, Sheridan gets a slightly better exit. Peterson with the fastest lap so far, so Sheridan should be looking over his shoulder here.
Remember in that last heat as well, he posted the fastest lap of that heat as well. So he's actually posted the fastest time we've seen all night long. 1 minute 17.355.
Yeah, that's stonking pace there from Austin Peterson, who, oh, hello. Yeah, Jonathan Dance losing out a bit there. Looks like Bryce Roberts gets a little extra advantage. So it could be a 4-way battle for 3rd place here. Austin Peterson sideways across the jump, and unfortunately he had to gather that one up. He's lost a little bit of time to Sheridan. Aside from that, things are looking clean, and could this be a run up the inside? Not quite. He doesn't have the run he needs, but cutting back is Sheridan to try and protect that position. They're almost side by side across the jump. Peterson carries a little more momentum, and again, Sheridan with an earlier turn in. Peterson, though, with a lovely smooth run through the corner. He's going to get it, potentially. Side by side through turn 1 contact. Sheridan sent wide.
He might lose a spot to Gav Barber as well, and that started actually from Sheridan trying to defend the position. Rather than be aggressive and maintain the attack and try and get the positions on the guys ahead, he tried to defend it from Peterson, and now he's lost another spot. Gav Barber gets through. They're side by side for 6th and 7th. They've got to try and get into single file pretty quick, because those guys ahead, if they break away too fast, they may not have a chance to catch them back.
Yeah, they haven't got long to sort themselves out there. They're still running side by side. Bryce Roberts
for the lead
is...
too.
Oh, yeah, it is too. Look at that. Brenton Foster and Robert Northway absolutely smashing their suspension off these jumps. And You see Bryce Roberts there in third. He has got a good advantage over Dance and Peterson. Austin, meanwhile, is continuing to fling himself around this track, probably to the detriment of those around him, you could say. Jonathan Dance has to give him a bit of room here and is sent wide once again. And it looks like Peterson has gotten that move done. It is covered, and that has calmed down the battle for third place somewhat. Northway has also lost a bit of time to Brenton Foster. There's a few truck lengths in between our leaders at the moment. Can Northway fight back from here?
I just said calmed it for the moment because I feel like that's going to get a bit more intense once more in a few moments' time. This battle at the front, I think these two guys are content. I mean, they're happy to battle, but they're not being as aggressive as those behind because they know that the top 5 go through. They'll know that they've done enough at the moment. They just have to finish the race from this point to make sure they get through. But Austin Peterson is being very, very aggressive in getting these moves done. He's trying his hardest to get as many positions as he can. I don't know if he needs to be quite as aggressive as he is, but I mean, it's working for him. He's now up into third.
Yeah, Bryce Roberts tried to cover him at the hairpin, swing over to driver's left, but Peterson was already there and got a fantastic exit to boot. In any case, these drivers will be all aware that they are safe to get into the feature at this stage, so they don't have to battle tooth and nail. Right now, Bryce Roberts holds on to 4th, Jonathan Dance to P5, and Gavin Barber, we were thinking about him earlier, is actually starting to gain a bit of time on Jonathan Dance at the moment. Barber's getting hurried along, obviously, by Alexander Sheridan, who was in P5 up until a couple of laps ago. Let's see what Barber can do to catch up on this last lap.
He hasn't got much to get there. Is it 2 seconds? Very easily get 2 seconds at this track in a lap, so this isn't done, but the top 5 for now looks safe. Gav Barber will be looking to try and steal that one more spot away. Jonathan Dance will be knowing that that pressure is coming from behind and coming behind quick as there's contact ahead.
Roberts! Bryce Roberts! He looks like actually caught the outside berm on the way into the hairpin. He lost all his momentum. Yeah. He's in a bit of trouble here for 4th spot. And if he and Jonathan Dance come together in these last few turns,
or if
that
they
will be
battle too
Gav
hard.
Barber. Yeah, exactly, yeah. They've got to be careful not to battle too hard either. They know that they are secure in their positions, but checkered flag is out for Brenton Foster, who has continued to increase the gap to Robert Northway. This has been a fantastic race from the number 11 as well as the number 40. They will take your top 2. Austin Peterson alone in 3rd, and Bryce Roberts, it looks like, will just hold off Jonathan Dance for 4th spot. Those drivers on screen will move through into the feature. Gav Barber just missing out along with Alexander Sheridan.
New fastest lap of the night there for Austin Peterson as well, a 1:17.1. That was a fun first LCQ, wasn't it? We've had a great 6 races so far. We've still got another 9 more races to go tonight. We're going to see plenty of action.
Oh, yeah, we are. We aren't even halfway through. So there's your results then. 2.2 seconds was the gap in the end versus Brenton Foster and Robert Northway. Peterson, Roberts and Dance will transfer through to the feature, but there wasn't much in it for Gav Barber. Top 10 rounded out by Sheridan, McGreevy, Richardson and Anderson. 24 seconds covering the top 10. Scrivener all the way down to Rediker, still finished on the lead lap. Lottridge and Klaus a lap down. Unfortunately, Jake Fox retiring from the first last chance qualifier. Now we get into the second of our LCQs, and it's another 19 truck grid with Rory Wetherington starting all the way over on the right with Zach Price to his left. Then it's Brian Steele and Brian Bennett with William Fletcher starting alongside Patrick Stein. Drew Lalonde is going to take up the spot next to Wayne Hutchison. And then we have Ray Partridge and Jason McSparron, the top 10. After that, it's Sam Harper and Nick Kuhn with Adam Johnson and Mark Santana. Then Roger Shank, Don Parks, Brett Trosen, and Jonathan Ben taking to this start here. Brian Britt still listed on the grid, but he is not in the server at the moment, I think. All right. Land rush start once more. And we only have a few seconds left until the drivers get things going here. That is a beautiful sight. The field is open before them as the revs rise and we get ready for this start. Keep an eye on the drivers over on the left of your screen. They'll move across to the dirt as soon as possible. And they are away in last chance. Qualifier number 2. And look at that. They're desperately trying to get across to the clay. And a little bit of contact in the midst of it all. Leading the way into the first turn, Jason McSparron, and off into the wall, Patrick Stein, ahead of the rest of the field. Looks like they managed to gather it up, though. Reasonably clean start, but how long is that going to last? Not long, as up onto the berm goes the number 33, 333 of Mark Santana.
Wowee.
Adam Johnson also spinning, but he's managed to get back going. All right, so it looks like McSparron working himself nicely there, and that's
Parks.
around. Yeah, Don Parks around at the penultimate corner, gets back going without involving anyone too much. But have a look at the... Oh, all right.
That caught me off guard too. That's Sam Harper. Wow. He's upside down, and that's his night done.
A big advantage as being number 25. The number reads the same, upside down as well as right side up.
It's 52, not 25.
Oh, okay.
It didn't work.
All right, ignore me. Yep. The caffeine still hasn't kicked in yet. Anyway, 71 of Brian Bennett holding on to second place. The top 4 have broken away from the rest of the field. How long will Bennett hold on to this? Because they're almost going to go 3 wide on the exit of the hairpin. Weatherington and Price chasing him down.
Very, very good battle for second, but I think these guys may not have learnt from what we saw in race 1 or LCQ1, is that you don't want to battle too hard. If you battle too hard, you're giving up time to the guys behind and leave yourself susceptible to getting passes done as there's contact between them. These guys are going all out.
Oh, yeah, they are. Well, I suppose they realise that they do have some gap to play with. Currently in 5th place right now is Patrick Stein. Looks like Adam Johnson has had some problems. He, Drew Lalonde and Sam Harper, I think, all had trouble on the first lap or jumped the start. Not quite sure which is which, but either way, 3 trucks down at the moment. And we still have 15 racing for this top 5. But you see the amount of side-by-side going on here. They are definitely costing each other time at the moment. Zach Price could look to catch up on these 3 as they search for a spot here. Rear-ended is Jason McSparron, and up the inside goes Rory Weatherington, nearly flipping McSparron. And then Brian Bennett thinks, okay, I'm going to have to take to the grass for a second here. But look who it's brought in, Zach Price. And now the fight will continue here. Patrick Stein has got Ryan Steele chasing him for 5th behind. The longer these guys battle, the closer they'll get. And this could be the difference maker.
How did McSparron not end up upside down there? The fact that he landed on 2 wheels with all of the weight pushing him the other direction, I thought he was race over and upside down, but he's done a very, very good job to keep the car with forward momentum. The battle for 5th and 6th is very heated too. This is great.
Yeah, Stein versus Steele at the moment. And, well, side by side across the jump, it looks like Ryan is going to get the position over Patrick.
I feel like that both of them are a chance of getting through the way these guys at the front are battling.
Yeah. Potentially just keep things calm, let these 3 drivers battle amongst themselves. Price was behind Bennett and McSparron before. Now he is ahead at the same point on the racetrack. This is fantastic stuff. Rory Weatherington has a reasonable gap ahead, and oh, that's very hot from Brian Bennett into the corner. Too hot indeed. And that will be side by side on the way down to the incredibly fast right-hander leading up to the most difficult section of the track for my money, this double jump sequence.
Very fun part of the track though, isn't it, this bit?
Oh yeah.
Enjoy this part, the double jump, as you said. Very difficult, but it is very, very fun to tackle. Price and Bennett definitely costing themselves a bit of time to Wetherington, who's now broken a fair margin. Sparran and Steele, they look like they're content to just watch what's going on as Steele's closed that gap down, but it doesn't look like Steele's trying to get too aggressive in regards to closing the gap down. But these four, relatively close. It means that Patrick Stein, who's now watching rather than in the battle, is close enough that he may... Oh, no, there's commentator's curse. I've cursed him before I finished my sentence.
Oh no, Patrick Stein wedged on the barrier, and that is going to be the end of his night in the Pro 2s. Oh dear, number 20, Jonathan Ben, going for a spin. And he'll try his best to get back on the track safely, but wow, that's definitely no good for him. Oh, it can all go wrong so quickly in a Pro 2. So your top 5 now rounded out by Jason McSparran, who is battling hard again with Ryan Steele.
Go bad much quicker than go right, and often it goes bad without your doing. You've just got to trust the people around you, but that's a lot harder to do than you think in these sort of cars. But Ryan Steele has been doing a very, very good job in this race. Remember, he wasn't inside that top 5 only a few laps ago, now into 5th, and is close enough in striking distance to still get a first position in this race. Remember, the top 5 will be our last 5 into the A-Main, the main event coming up next. Oh, Steele just scrapes the wall.
Yeah, only just, but a scrape is better than a ding, and it is better than outright smashing into it and mounting it, yes. So
how many times have we seen that already? We almost need a tally of how many times people have jumped the wall or driven onto a wall.
Yeah, it's easy to do at Crandon with the walls being as low as they are. In any case, they'll keep battling over P5 at the moment, and P4 as well. They have a good gap back to William Fletcher, who's seems about 3.5 seconds back from the transfer spot. Meanwhile, that's a bit too sideways there for Rory Wetherington, and off the track he goes. That promotes Zach Price into the lead. Wetherington back into P5. And now William Fletcher, look at him go. Yes, he could grab the transfer spot here.
Very much could. He's just come from nowhere to maybe stealing a spot in the A-Main. He was 8 seconds back from the nearest car not that long ago, and he's now well and truly in the fight. Wow, will he be able to steal a spot at the last moment? They've got 2 laps to go when they cross the line. Not much racing left in this one.
Yeah, the battle is on now. Truck number 28 chasing truck number 43. What on earth can William Fletcher do to snag his spot in the feature? Already seen that one big mistake from Rory Wetherington. Will that be the only one he makes over the course of this race? Looks like he's already jetting away. He's trying to give himself as much of a margin as he can.
Yeah, Wetherington, remember, he had great pace. He was leading the race for almost all of it. That's steep, though.
Uh-oh. Oh, dear. And that's the position lost. So, yep, position lost.
So Warrington now is going to have to work hard to get the spot back. He's been in the lead. He hasn't had to make too many overtakes in this race. Now he's going to have to work hard. He's going to have to find a spot to overtake, and he's only got 1 and a bit laps to do it.
All right. Fletcher, to his credit, has been very smooth off the jumps, I've noticed. Oh, that is too deep again for Rory Wetherington. He's not doing himself any favours here. And I think that might be the end of it unless there's a mistake for someone up ahead. There's potential for it because this battle is still going on between Ryan Steele and Jason McSparran. McSparran seems nice and calm and controlled there up ahead, but probably a different story going on inside his brain. Zach Price, who has assumed the lead of the race, interestingly, is missing his front end.
Well, that's from that big moment for Wetherington where they made contact in the air, or after Wetherington's bump out of the jump, I should say. So that would make a lot of sense. Wetherington's closed that gap down to Fletcher again very, very quickly. I'm surprised this car's still driving straight considering how hard he hit that wall. And now he's almost there, almost makes contact. That may have just cost him, though, a chance of getting that position because he's lost all the momentum down this straight. He's going to have to work real hard to get this spot.
Yeah, these Pro 2 trucks can take a beating, but unfortunately, that's not going to win you any time. And, well, Fletcher, a little bit bouncy off the jump exit, but he's still holding on for the time being. It is still on for third place here. One final run for Ryan Steele, trying to get past Jason McSparron, but it looks like McSparron is going to hold it into the final corner. Up the front, Zach Price takes victory. And that's Rory Weatherington, unfortunately, with another crash. So there we go. Win for Zach Price. Brian Bennett and Ryan Steele round out the podium, and the number 28 of Jason and the number 28 of William Fletcher is going to take fourth spot, with Jason McSparron in fifth. Looks like Weatherington classified sixth in the end. It's still on here between Don Parks and Jonathan Ben, two drivers that have had a bit of a rough go of it in the second last chance qualifier. Who's going to win this fight between them? Ben with a slightly better run out of the corner, but it is the outside line for the last turn. Goes in deep, and a bit too much rotation. Oh, it's going to be tight, and Ben just gets it.
Pretty happy about it too, is Jonathan Ben. He's got a bit of a smile. I think they had a bit of fun in that little battle there. It's great to see racing all the way through the field. That's not where you're supposed to park, though, but yeah, that was a fun race. We can get our breath for the first time since we went live, Reese. We've got 3 minutes to catch your breath for a second. I'll run through the results while you breathe. The five making it through: Zach Price, Brian Bennett, Ryan Steele, William Fletcher, and Jason McSparron. Wayne Hutchison finishes sixth in the end in that one. Ray Partridge in seventh. Nick Kuhn, Roger Shank, and Brett Trozen round out the top 10. Jonathan Ben, Don Parks. In the end, only 0.09 of a second separating those two. Rory Weatherington classified as the last driver on the lead lap in the end there, so he actually pulled it off. He broke deep at the second last hairpin and knew that he wasn't going to be able to close that gap down. Mark Santana one lap down with Drew Lalonde. Sam Harper we saw upside down but got help back on his wheels. Adam Johnson and then Patrick Stein rounding out our 18 cars that started that one. Whew. Everyone's now out on track to get warmed up for our 20 car 10 lap feature race. This is going to be absolutely crazy.
That absolutely is. Well, and while the drivers are getting their preparation laps in, we'll step aside for just a moment here on SimSpeed TV, and we'll come back for the Pro 2 feature here, the Crandon World Cup in the Pacific region of the Majors Series.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join the race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
You're watching SimSpeed TV. It is the 7th round of the Pacific region of the Majors Series here, the Crandon World Cup. We are about to reach the end of Pro 2 proceedings for the night. And I tell you what a night it has been so far. Reese Gardner and Jay Kennedy with you for this one. And Jay, we are about to get started for the 10-lap Pro 2 feature. 20 trucks will be making their way to the Land Rush start very shortly.
Yeah, 20 trucks is going to be absolutely incredible to watch at the start of this race. And yeah, we're just doing a bit of tweaking of a photo to show everyone, because we talked before about this being a real-world event at Crandon. Travis Walling, who is out in this race, or will be in this race coming up, he actually has raced this event in the real world this past weekend, so we'll get a little look at his truck later on. Quickly rush through as many names as we can coming up in this race.
Indeed, not a very long grid time here. Justin Morton will start all the way over on the right with Christian Challoner alongside him. Then we have Tom Abramadis moving right to left. Travis Walling alongside him with Brian Barnes and Jerry Isaacs starting in 5th and 6th. We also have Garen Batten and Shane Vickery in the race here. And it looks like we're going to be getting started right now, Jay. The revs are rising. This was way too quick. Let's get that land rush going. We're away. And once again, already we see drivers getting onto the clay early, but it's a little bit messy for a few of them. That is a spin for William Fletcher into the first corner. It is Justin Morton who leads the way. I think that's the first time we've seen the car starting all the way over on the right, leading into the first corner. Oh, there's been a big crash. We have a truck flipping. That's it's a green one. It's a green one. It's Shane Vickery, unfortunately, who's found himself at the rear of the field. But up the front here, Morton with the outside exit protects the lead from Jerry Isaacs.
Great start from Morton. Well done from Isaacs. Garen Batten making contact there. I think that's Christian Challoner just behind Brendan Foster getting contact as well. There's contact everywhere in this group. Oh, that's the 90 of Travis Walling in the wall.
Oh, yeah, it is. Have a look at them all trying to fight their vehicles as much as each other here. Oh, no. Brian Barnes. No, sorry, Jonathan Dance. I saw the 4 there. Thought it was Barnes, but that's unfortunate there for Jonathan Dance. Wedged on the wall. Not the first time we've seen that tonight. Looks like our top 3 have broken free. No, certainly won't be the last. Top 3 broken free. Garen Batten versus Tom Abramadis here on the exit of the hairpin, and Andrew Kotska getting a poor exit. He's going to fall behind them.
Yep, and Challoner's back in 6th. That's probably a surprise to most to see him back there, but we know the pace that he's got. He may be able to close that gap down by the end, but Morton breaking a fair margin at the front. Northway and Stevens make contact. The New Zealanders make contact together. That was not choice, bro.
Certainly not.
I can't believe I just did that.
Well done. Yeah, it's interesting how Kiwis seem to find each other in races. This is what happened to the number 46, I believe, just getting up over the berm, and we thought he could find a way back to the track, but that was not it.
Quite enough room to get back onto the track. Probably saw that little bit of gravel there or dirt that he could run on, and wasn't quite able to do so, as Brendan Foster uses the inside to bounce himself into Garen Batten. Tried to use the momentum from it, but couldn't get the move done. This is a great battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, on back to about 8th position. But Travis Walling in this group now too. He's the last car in this group. As he said, he ran in the real world this last weekend. How cool is that?
Yeah, nicely done there for Travis Walling. Let's see if he can get a good result in the virtual world as well as the real world. That's a poor run for Garen Batten through the corner. Oh, he has found the pillar. And I think that might be the end of the feature for Garen Batten. He is smoking. Car 047 of Andrew Kotska also with issues at the same location. Looks to me like it was 2 separate incidents, though.
Yep, it was 2 separate incidents. And yeah, I don't think smoking is good for you, whether it's your car or yourself. Either way, smoking is bad.
Indeed it is. We will see what happened here to Garen Batten. He was turning right as he came back down onto the ground, and that just flung the car to the right. That's not good at all. Garen was one of the drivers who was really in it potentially for a good result tonight. Unfortunately for the Pro 2s, that's not going to happen. Either way, Tom Abramatis is continuing here. Brenton Foster, my apologies, getting cars confused. Battling with Christian Challoner. It looked like a poor run for Jerry Isaacs behind, and it looks like that is going to give the position to Tom Abramatis. There's Abramatis there. Just enough room being given for the run around the outside.
Austin Peterson's had dramas at the start of the race. This was the end of the first actual proper racing lap. A bit of contact from the 40, and he's mounted the wall. Can't get off.
Unfortunate there.
Just look at the cloud that's come over the track in the last 2 minutes.
It's almost
Some
night
headlights
time.
on.
Yeah, these trucks don't have headlights, unfortunately. So the drivers will have to either turn their gamma up on their end or just try and feel their way, get out the feeling stick. Walling with the fastest lap so far, 1:17.2. He's still chasing down Challoner and Foster for second.
Yep. And Walling did the fastest lap in his heat as well. His fastest lap in his heat was a 17.2. 17.4. He just did a 17.2. Remember that Austin Peterson did a 17.178 in his LCQ. So we'll see if anyone can beat that time in this race. Wouldn't be surprised. Justin Morton also has done a 17.2 as well in this race. So by far the fastest driver at the moment. But this group of three behind fighting for the podium spots, I think that pace might start to disappear because the raciness is about to get a bit more intense in this group.
Yeah, seeing that Foster and Challoner, they're both going for the late apex there in the hairpin. So not much that either of them can do to get an advantage over the other right now, but have a look at that. It's deep for Challoner. He's going to use that to straighten up the exit and try and get some momentum through the first couple of turns. The fastest lap now goes to Justin Morton in the lead, 1:17.1.
Fastest lap of the night. Fastest lap of the entire night there for Justin Morton, a 17.1. It's Brian Bennett's had an issue at the back of the top 10 around as well as Ryan Steele. So those guys were fighting over 8th and 9th, and they're now back in 13th and 11th. So it's been a big moment for those guys, and they've got Shane Vickery now fighting with them as well.
Yeah, Vickery, of course, having those issues on lap 1, and it seems that he hasn't been able to escape drama even this far into the feature. This is a fantastic fight, isn't it? These three are not giving each other an inch, and I mean they're still lapping incredibly quickly. Have a look at the run from Walling there, just taking a beautiful smooth line across the hill, and a nice smooth landing off the jump. You see that he is running very deep into the hairpin and taking that late apex to try and just launch himself out of there and try and get some advantage over Challoner and Foster. But it seems like all three drivers have sorted out their cars for the moment, and that's a little tag for the inside wall for Travis Walling. He will have to hold back a little bit more. It seems like
all being very respectful within the group, aren't they? They're all racing very, very hard and very aggressive, but they're also not bumping each other. They're driving with enough respect, giving a tiny little bit of room to make sure that, if one does make a mistake, they're not all going to end up in the wall. So this is the difference between the heat race and the main event. You feel it's a different intensity because the intensity is up, but the racing respect levels also appear to be up a little bit in this group anyway. There's a little bit more messiness back in the pack. We saw with Bennett and was Ryan Steele. Watch here, this is Bennett having a big moment, and then bang, in comes Steele, nowhere to go. That Bryce Roberts, or McSparron, sorry, that came in with nowhere to go there. It's unfortunate for those guys.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all about rhythm in off-road racing. I mean, rhythm is a part of racing in general, but I think it's hello, Challoner, maybe in a bit of trouble there. You don't just have to think about like understeer, oversteer, whatever. You also have to think about how the truck goes over the jumps. You have to think about how you land off those jumps. It's all about keeping it consistent. And if there's something wrong ahead, if there's a truck that's having issues, then there's not much you can do to alter it without disadvantaging yourself. And I guess that's not a problem for Justin Morton. He is well in the lead right now. That is a 6.8 second lead over Brenton Foster, but it is on for third again here with Walling still trying to chase down Challoner.
I've got a bit of cuteness that's just happened on the Zoom. We're going to bring it up. Jonathan Ben's watching the race while he's spotting on his teammates, and he's baby. We've had baby cam before. Baby's a bit bigger now.
Yeah, and having a look at Dad's sim as well. That's nice.
No, I'm not doing that myself. Putting that on.
Yeah. Well then, the battle for second. Looks like Challoner has managed to gear himself up again. He's starting to leave Walling behind and is piling the pressure on Brenton Foster. They will have 3 laps to go. And they cross the line. Foster with a slightly slower exit out of the final corner. Wondering if that's a sign for the rest of the lap. Let's see.
Very deep again from Foster. Able to just get a bit more grip on that that slightly wet clay. The difference in wetness now is very, very evident. You can see dry patches, wet patches, unused patches, and you can see the bits with all of the loose clay from the drivers that have been flicking up the aggressiveness, the exit of the hairpin there. You can see the difference there in the shiny clay versus the wet clay that hasn't been touched. That wet clay, just on the edge of the wet clay, is where you're going to find a lot of grip.
Yeah, you want to be on the tacky area of the clay. It used to be in off-road with the old dirt surface model that the slick clay was actually quicker because it was a bit more like tarmac in terms of its grip. But with the new dirt surface model, it's a little more complicated than that. You want to try and keep it on the tacky stuff and not get on too slick or too rough clay. That's a great run from Challoner. He's on the outside for the final corner. He's going to have to gear that one up for a mega launch. Look at this. That's fantastic. Up the inside of turn 1, but Foster's going to keep it from him.
A bit of driving from Foster to hold that spot. Brilliant.
Wow. And again, really respectful racing between these 3.
They touched, but they didn't bump, didn't they? They just sort of scraped on each other, leant on each other, and that was as far as they all got. This is so good to watch.
Yeah, this is awesome racing. This is exactly the kind of racing that we want to see. Challoner going for the inside line there, and once again, you see that the outside through the hairpin is the best for the exit down the straight. Foster has the advantage for the time being. There's so much ebb and flow in this battle. Walling is back in it.
Sure is. He's just been basically watching these guys, almost like he's been planning where to make the move. It's like, are they weak in one spot that I can maybe take advantage? He's watched for 8 laps, almost 9 of these guys trying to do something. Neither of the guys ahead in Foster and Challoner can break away. Travis Walling wondering where he can pounce. I think he's going to try and make a move somewhere. He's probably got a plan, but where does he do it? He's tried a couple of times up the inside here and been blocked towards the wall. Where will he do it this time? 1 lap to go.
White flag in the Pro 2 feature at Crandon. And there is no pressure at all for Justin Morton. Looks like he has got this sign sealed and almost delivered. Yeah, he's checked out. It's between these 3 for the runner-up spot now. And Foster has what it takes. Is this going to be a dive from Walling? Challoner goes wide. Walling has to commit to the inside. He parks it on the line in front of him. Gets into Foster. They're all together. They all try to recover it. Sliding everywhere. Foster still in the lead, but Walling, for a moment, has gotten by Challoner. And there's a little tap. But it looks like Walling's done it. This is exactly what Walling was looking for. I think he'll be trying to find a way past Foster now. Let's see what he can do. Foster with understeer across the rise, and Walling will get up the inside into the final hairpin. Who's going to take second place? We know who's going to take first place. It's Justin Morton. But oh my goodness, Challoner. Challoner with the run up the inside gets into Walling. They slow each other up. Foster will get into second place. There goes Justin Morton, winning the Pro 2 event, but Challoner versus Walling is not done. Foster's going to drive away from them and take second place. Challoner rounds out the podium.
Wow. And Justin Morton's just realised that are you right there, Reese?
Yeah.
Justin Morton's just realised that he can actually celebrate this race win because it's actually finished from behind him. That was a crazy finish as well. That was so good to watch between Foster, Challoner and Walling. I don't think any of them care where they finish because I think that was just a fun battle to watch.
Yeah, that was so much fun. Fantastic stuff for the second place run. And I mean, it was so good. We barely looked at anything else in those last laps. Oh, all right then. So, Justin Morton is the one who takes Pro 2 honours here. We still have Pro 4 coming up and then the Crandon World Cup final. This is going to be a fun night and we are nowhere near done. Justin Morton from Brenton Foster and Christian Challoner are your podium. And Travis Walling just missing out on a podium spot. Tom Abramadis will finish a second ahead of Jerry Isaacs. Dan Stevens finishing in 7th spot. Good run there from Kiwi number 3. Zach Price, Bryce Roberts and Jason McSparron will round out the top 10.
Yep, the remaining 10, Brian Bennett and William Fletcher, not much between those guys there with Steele, Northway, Koska and Vickery rounding out the drivers on the lead lap. Garen Batten and Brian Barnes. 1 lap down, Jonathan Dance and Austin Peterson we saw have issues throughout that one. Part 1 of the night's done. Let's do it all again in a few minutes' time, but increase the power, add an extra 2 wheels that have some drive in it, go again.
Yes, indeed. Round 7 of the Majors Series in the Pacific region is nowhere near done. SimSpeed TV will come back very shortly to bring you Pro 4 action.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
You're watching SimSpeed TV, round 7 of the Pacific region of the Majors series, supporting Cure LGMD2I, the Crandon World Cup. We have seen endless action in the Pro 2 category, and now we get into the Pro 4 off-road trucks. We up the power a bit, we up the number of driven wheels to all 4, and the speed is going to increase a little as well. Let's see how much chaos we see in this event. It's Reese Gardner here with Jay Kennedy alongside me in the comms box and handling production behind the scenes. Jay, we get to do it all over again. We have a huge amount of trucks in this session. We have a few newcomers, with some drivers electing to only do the Pro 4 event. But I think this is going to be just as entertaining as the Pro 2s.
100% it will be. We've got more... Excuse me, I just tried to sneak something in to eat and it's just got stuck in my throat. We've got more trucks in this one than we had in the Pro 2 as well. We've got 49 currently entered. They're about to advance the session into qualifying. So there's some drivers that haven't even done a lap in the Pro 4. They've just done the Pro 2 earlier. Going to come in completely blind. Will that advantage some of the guys that are doing this solo and just this exclusively? Will it advantage other drivers who... maybe drive both and can handle both? And there'll be drivers that didn't perform well in the Pro 2 that will dominate in the Pro 4 because these trucks are more suited to their driving style. So it's going to be an interesting little passage of about an hour and a half of racing. I'm looking forward to this one.
As am I. Here's hoping that we get some good racing here in the Pro 4s as practice is now over and we can head into qualifying. Top time in practice was Austin Peterson, 1 minute 16.27 for the number 72. And we see also that... Apparently, I'm not looking at the right part of the screen there. Yeah, Jarrett Liebert with the fastest time in practice, 1 minute 14.2. Travis Walling also putting in a good show, getting into the 1 minute 15s with Northway and Challoner. Looks like most of the usual suspects up the front, but Jarrett Liebert focusing on the Pro 4 for this one. We didn't see him in Pro 2. It looks like he is going to be the man to beat.
Great to see that he's had a very, very good showing in this so far. Here he is. Not only have we got him on track, he's joined us on Zoom as well.
Yeah, so you'll see that there's a little bit of a different driving strategy when wheeling these Pro 4s around a track. Different transmission than the Pro 2s. The earlier trucks used, of course, the 3-speed torque converter auto transmission. This one has a 6-speed sequential and a little bit more power and, of course, 4-wheel drive. It is a much quicker machine around this circuit. And so we'll keep an eye on Jarrett Liebert here as he gears up for his first of 4 timed laps in this session. You'll notice that there is a lot more aggression on the way into corners. Thanks to the 4-wheel drive, you can pull yourself out of turns a lot better. And Liebert runs wide into the final corner to gear himself up for turns 1 and 2. Very sideways. Try and ride the bumps as well as you can. And then turn in early for the tight left-hander. Put the power down. And then you can rest for a little bit down the back stretch, but then you have to gear up for the hairpin. Now in the Pro 2s, drivers definitely ran the outside line more often than not, and it seems like Liebert is doing the same thing here in the Pro 4s.
Probably see a little bit more outside line in the Pro 4s over the Pro 2s. So the power will mean that they can handle the corner in a much different way. See how much more aggressive he is coming through that sweeping right-hander there where we start the race with the land rush start. A little bit more aggressive over the jump we've seen from many others as well. Of course, landing on 2 wheels on the side isn't quite as bad as it is, although that lap obviously wasn't up to his standards because he's decided to abandon. But landing on
Keep
two
gonna go
wheels,
again.
landing on the two wheels isn't as bad because you've got drive at the front and the rear. You can get out of those two-wheel moments like we just saw there. It does hurt you a lot more in the Pro 2 where you've only got drive on the rear wheel.
Yeah, for sure. Well then, Brian McGreevy now coming across the line to set his first time. Jake Fox is quickest so far. Fletcher, Steele, McGreevy and Partridge round out the top 5. Greg McEnany goes into 6th and now 7th as Walling goes to the top. First driver in the 1 minute 15s. Austin Peterson with a 1:16.5. And wow, times are absolutely piling in at the moment. We have 29 cars now that have set times. Morton goes to the top. Challoner's first lap 1:16.6, and that will unfortunately not put him in there because it was an out lap. But Morton, Walling, Batten, Peterson and Fox now round out the top 5. Let's see how Jarrett Liebert will respond here, because he is about to come to the end of his next outlap himself. Don Dolson, sorry. Let's see how he goes on this particular lap. Car 04.
Very aggressive there, coming up the exit of the jump, but he did a very good job of getting the car planted and stabilised. Of course, the jump's much bigger in these because they have that extra torque. They do take a little bit more to brake. They do have the power to get it down on the track a bit quicker.
1:17.4 in practice for Dolson. Will he be able to match that here on his first qualifying lap? No, it will be a 1:18.5 for him. And we've seen a little bit more shuffling as Barber, Foster and Barnes go into 9th, 10th and 11th. And Jarrett Liebert is now on his first proper hot lap. Let's see if he's happy with this. Half of the session done, half to go. Yep, Challoner up to P3. It's a pretty good run, and it looks like that might be it there. But Robert Northway going into 3rd.
Remember, if you do finish in the top 5, you will start your heat race on the very extreme inside, on the right-hand side of the track, left-hand side of screen when we're looking towards the Land Rush start. I think you either want to be first or last in this. I think drivers have worked out very, very quickly that there's so much more grip on the road than what we've seen previous. And, being first or being last in the regards to starting position might be the go. See what Liebert can do here. This lap looks very, very quick. Look at that.
Wow.
1.5 seconds quicker than everyone else.
That is an incredible lap there from Jarrett Liebert. That's 1.5 seconds quicker than Justin Morton's time. And I think he's one and done. Probably doesn't need to go out for another lap at this point.
Well, it was 1.2 seconds in practice, the gap. And now it's 1.48 seconds qualifying over the entire field. That's incredible. How do you get that much of a margin?
Yeah, how do you? I mean, we'll have to see the cars actually racing against each other, really, to see where Liebert is getting his pace. But we keep our eyes peeled for other drivers finishing their laps here. On the way into the hairpin is Travis Walling, who's looking to try and at least get second place and start on pole for the second heat. I say pole, but it really doesn't matter that much because you're all starting alongside each other on the Land Rush.
You don't want to be in the middle, I think, don't you? You want to be on either of the outsides. Yeah,
exactly. All the way on the left, all the way on the right. Looks like a bit of a problem there for someone pulling
Dan
over.
Stevens just finished his lap. I was just seeing that it was looking all right on the sector times, and his heart rate was going up, and as soon as he finished, his heart rate dropped back down, so it must have been a pretty decent lap.
Yeah, well, Dan Stevens in 12th now, and still out on track, it looks like, but that will be it. 1:15.4.
Good improvement.
Travis Walling, yes.
Didn't count.
Oh, no, it didn't. He must have gotten a 0x somewhere along the line. That's no good. He still has time to get another lap down, but will it be up to the standards of that lap that he just set?
Keep an eye on the heart rate of Dan Stevens throughout this one. We saw him up around the 135 beats per minute as Austin Peterson goes up into second. Have a look at the gap between he and Morton there. Nothing between them, only a couple of hundredths of a second between them as Brendan Foster up in a ninth. So still a lot of shuffling going on in this timing sheet now.
Challoner goes P2 now.
Wow.
There's some big improvements from drivers later on in the session. Mertz, goodness me. That was a bit of a rough landing.
Abramatis.
Yeah, up from 17th. So Tom Abramatis getting it together in the last moments of the session. Mertz with a very exciting looking lap here, but I don't know how fast it's going to be.
We've enjoyed watching it though.
We certainly have. Just
The
up
only
ahead
driver,
of him.
oh, sorry, I was just going to say, he's the only driver that has not posted a qualifying time at this stage out of the 49 drivers. Crosses the line for a 17.8. Does it count? Yes, everyone has done a lap. 31st.
Nice. Travis Walling crossed the line just a short distance ahead of him and unfortunately did not improve on his quickest time, so that is Walling done. Northway could still potentially improve, and Tom Abramatis, once again... Yeah, that's the adventurous line off the jump once more. You notice that the lines that the Pro 4s are taking are slightly different to the Pro 2s. There's more of a tendency, I think, for drivers to run towards the outside of that rise in the long left-hander and almost double apex the corner. Pro 2s tend to stick more to the inside. These cars being more powerful and four-wheel drive, you can fling them into the corners a little bit more. And Abramatis sets a 16.4 on that one. Yep, and it was close though, but remains in 8th. And we only have 15 seconds remaining in the session, so I don't think Northway is going to be able to get to the end of this lap. Morton neither.
I don't think anyone else is going to complete their laps. Hertz is close, but not quite close enough. Filotto is just finished his lap, so everyone is done. Thoroughly entertaining qualifying session. And we'll quickly show the top 10, and then we'll go through our grid for race 1 of Pro 4 action. Liebert, Morton, Challoner, the top 3. Peterson and Walling, they'll also start on the inside. Northway, Steele, Abramatis, Batten, and Foster.
All right, now we can get into the grid for the first heat. 10 trucks line up. Liebert is all the way on the right-hand side with Morton, Challoner, Peterson, Walling, Northway. And then we have Ryan, Steele, Tom.
I'll take that.
Yeah,
let's try that again.
Those are the qualifying results. There we go. Liebert, Northway, Fox, Partridge, Lottridge, Lung, then Mertz, Dolson, Hutchison, and Trosen to round out the 10-car field.
You'd think I'd know what I'm doing after all of this time, wouldn't you? But no, I still don't know what I'm doing. I'm new here. It's my first day.
Yeah, it's been what? Yeah, that's like a 12-year-long
12-year-long first day, yeah.
Oh, Lordy. I've just noticed Northway's livery. Is that a screenshot of a dirt track that Northway has on his car? I don't know. That looks weird.
I know what you're talking about. Might work out.
Either way, we'll have to think about that later because we're about to get the start going here. And that's a jump start from Don Dolson. No one's safe from jump starts, even if you're in a Pro 2 or a Pro 4. But they all get going off the land rush, and Northway will fall into second spot as Liebert leads out of the first proper corner. Robert Northway will defend from Ken Lung. It's side-by-side briefly between Fox and Lottridge, but they fall in line, and there's Northway's livery demonstrated with now side-by-side between Fox and Lung. It looks like Jason Lottridge is going to try and take advantage from this.
I can confirm it is a screenshot or a photo from either Wild West or Wild Horse. Oh, that's the Jake Fox going up in the air.
There was 4 trucks on the inside berm there. And it's continued. Big flip for Josh Mertz. He goes tumbling over, and the dog bear car of Brett Trosen involved in that as well.
Back on your wheels.
And, come on, mate. He probably would have hoped that Trosen would have given him some help getting back onto his wheels, but oh well. That's the way things go sometimes. Jarrett Liebert and Robert Northway off by a long way in the top 2 positions. Northway backing it into the hairpin there.
It's definitely a screenshot from either Wild Horse or Wild West dirt track. Actually see on one side, it actually has the iRacing watermark on one side of the track, so you can tell it's a screenshot. See it on this side? No, we won't. It's on the other side. Actually, no, it is on this side. It's just behind the front wheel. You can see the IR.
Oh, yeah.
So there's the iRacing watermark. Beautiful.
iRace. That's about it. Oh, dear. Well, Northway, it looks like, is safe in second for the time being. Jake Fox has fallen back a bit. He's down into 6th now after starting a lap in 3rd. Trying to chase down Ray Partridge. Attempt to get 4th back. Wateridge with a big gap ahead of him. Let's see what happened here at the hairpin on the opening lap. Yeah, just turned around and they all went piling in, and all of a sudden it was
hit the rocks.
Yeah, it was a party up there on the berm, and they were all invited. Partridge doing a good job of keeping Jake Fox behind for now, focusing on the exits.
Remember again, this is the top 2 that will advance straight away into the main event. It's Jake Fox very aggressive on the inside, and Partridge aggressive on the outside. Both ended up exactly the same.
Well, yeah, Fox was aggressive to the point that he actually stopped in the middle of the corner. Interesting. But he'll keep it going, and that is a very rough landing. I mean, these trucks can obviously take it, but they can't take that. Ray Partridge is going to have to look over his shoulder now, because Jake Fox will start to chase him down here.
He will. Will he be able to get the move done is the big question. One thing to get there, it's another thing to actually make the overtake. We've seen how difficult these things are to actually make overtakes. Now, fastest lap coming in for Jared Liebert. Remember, the fastest lap we saw in the entire Pro 2 event was a 17.0, or 17.10 I should say. Just under 15.05, so 2.05 seconds faster than the Pro 2 trucks. Now, why is that important? Well, when we get into the World Cup main event coming up is our Predator-style format. So the Pro 2s will start with an 8-second advantage over the Pro 4 trucks. I don't think 8 seconds will be enough based on that pace.
Yeah.
Although they do have to overtake, which is not easy.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and you've got to take into account battles and crashes and backing off as well. So it will be interesting to see if any of the Pro 2 cars can keep themselves in contention in the World Cup. This battle, though, is fantastic. Yeah, Partridge desperately trying to stay ahead of Fox, but Jake is reeling him in. He's driving consistently at the moment. There have been some rough landings, but you can see the difference in lines. He's taking a much shorter line towards the inside of the corner. Partridge does get the exits nicely as Liebert gets into the 1 minute 14s.
So relaxed, and he's smiling about it. Just out for a leisurely Saturday night, Sunday morning drive. He's hasn't got a care in the world at the moment. He's loving it.
Yeah, he's doing nicely out in front.
I tell you what, you can tell that someone's got skill when they're just having a smiling, leisurely Saturday, Sunday drive, leading a race, posting fastest laps in comparison to absolutely everyone. You and I would be so stressed if we were leading a race like this at the moment, but he doesn't care at all.
Yeah, I think my expression when I'm leading a race is just stone-faced concentration. And
I'd be drenched in sweat, stressing about it.
Yeah. We've seen both of those on Zoom feeds, I think, in the past. But yeah, Liebert surprisingly calm. And as he's coming up to get the white flag, he enjoys a lead of 7 seconds over Robert Northway, which is fantastic to see. It looks like it's going to be difficult to beat him in the Pro 4 category. And when the final race comes up, I think it'll be the same.
Yep, definitely one of the favourites at the moment. Liebert and Northway leading the race by a big enough margin that you wouldn't feel like they're going to be pressured at all, but the battles behind are very, very close. Ken Lug, Jason Lottridge not too far apart. We also saw Ray Partridge, who having a couple of tech issues, lost that position to Jake Fox at the hairpin while we were checking in with Jared Liebert's relaxing drive. Now getting a little bit more intense back here for third and fourth. That's a bit too hot in there for Ken Lung, but he's managed to use that to get an extremely good drive out of the corner. He lost a little bit of ground with how sideways he got that car.
Yeah, a little bit too sideways. I know it's tempting in the Pro 4, but...
It looks cool.
Yeah, it certainly does, but it's often faster to keep it straighter through the corners. That's exactly what Jarrett Liebert's been doing in the lead of this race, and he is about to come across the line to take the win in the first heat. Congratulations, of course, to Jarrett Liebert. Unbeatable thus far.
Very, very strong in the Pro 4 as here comes Robert Northway to complete that top two. Of course, the top two will automatically progress into the A-Main in a little while's time. And Lung holds off from Jason Lottridge, and then we've got Jake Fox, Ray Partridge, Wayne Hutchison will be the next car across the line. Brett Trozen will finish the race as well. A very, very cool start to the night of racing in the Pro 4.
Yeah, nicely done from the drivers who managed to get to the finish. So it was Liebert who won. Northway will join him in transferring straight through to the feature. The rest of them have to take part in the last chance qualifier. Ryan Steele, meanwhile, is going to start in second alongside Justin Morton for the Heat 2 starting grid. Kotska, Barnes, McEnany and Vickery round out the top six, with Roberts, Johnson, Dance and James Vining also taking to the start here. All right. Let's see how closely fought this race is. Another jump start. Got to be careful about that, guys. Adam Johnson will have a penalty to his name now as they all get going. Drivers on the right-hand side of your screen get to the clay first, but it seems the four-wheel drive of the Pro 4 means that advantage is not as big as we thought it would be, and that's contact between Roberts and Kotska. It's three wide across the jump. Greg McEnany through on the outside.
Jonathan Dance was on two wheels for the longest possible time, almost looped the car over, but managed to hold on. They will continue in the right direction, though, which is a positive. There's a contact there between Vickery, Kotska and Roberts, but they all get through. This is a great start to the race, and I can tell you now that Justin Morton is a little stressed about what's going on behind.
Yeah, you could see that Morton is does not have the advantage that he did in the Pro 2s. Brian Steele is pressuring him something fierce at the moment, and the battling is continuing on behind. Andrew Kotska is dropping down the order. Adam Johnson's just made his way past, and there's contact briefly between Roberts and Vickery as well.
Yep, bit of contact back in the field, but relatively clean start. Everyone's made it half a lap into the race, so everyone's got back to the land rush start without any issues. Right on cue, Vickery gets a bit of contact from Adam Johnson. Johnson does the right thing and goes straight ahead, make sure that he doesn't make it any worse. Everyone's still going. Great to see.
Yeah, that is excellent. We still have all of our starters running. Kotska is going to fend off these two. That's a rough landing, though, and Kotska goes off. And, well, he keeps it out of the barriers, but he's fallen to the back.
We did hit the wall there as he rejoined. Heard it, didn't see it.
There goes Adam Johnson into the pits to take his penalty.
Yeah, that's right. He did have a jump start, didn't he?
Yep, he did indeed. So that's a drive-through for him. All right, so that takes one truck out of the running. Morton and Steele are way ahead of everyone else right now. And looks like it'll be between them for the win in this heat, but I would suggest that they don't want to fight each other too hard. They are safe in the transfer spots through to the feature. If they get too involved with each other, it'll bring these guys in and potentially jeopardize that.
I think they want to race exactly how we saw the guys in the Pro 2 final race. Race aggressive, give yourselves enough room to not make contact, but still fight hard. Make sure that you warmed up for the intense battles that'll come later on. This is a really good fight here for third, but yeah, they are starting to break away at the front. From Dance McInerney and Bryce Roberts, who you see just behind McInerney. Lots of names that we've seen earlier on, but it's great to see some new names into this race that we didn't see in the first one. McInerney, that's a bit aggressive, but he's managed to maintain momentum.
Yeah, only just. This is such an interesting event here. This is the first time I've actually seen Pro 4s race properly, so I'm learning a lot about how these trucks race, how these vehicles make their speed around the circuit. Though I have driven them in the past, I have had no idea how to be quick in them, and I'll probably be taking a few pointers from these guys. Jonathan Dance still leading this fight for third from Ryan Steele. And as they slow down for this left-hander, who gets the best exit onto the straight? Seems like, again, the outside line is where you want to be, though we didn't see as many drivers going super deep as we did in the Pro 2s. All the way down to 40 k's an hour was Greg McInerney using the inside line through the hairpin, and this time it's worked out for him. The traction of this thing is immense.
Definitely is, and you can see Brian Barnes has got himself right in this very, very quickly. He was nowhere near this fight a lap ago, and now all of a sudden he's right in the battle. I can't wait, and at the same time can wait to watch Gavin Barber go over that jump in his motion rig if he's anywhere close sideways to those guys. Seatbelts will need to be tightened up when he gets out there when coming up. Morton and Steele are broken away a huge margin. Jonathan Dance starting to break away. McInerney, Roberts, Barnes and Vickery are all very, very close.
Well, that's an inside run there from the four. Brian Barnes gives a little tap to Bryce Roberts, but slows it up. And Roberts has the advantage again. Will chase McInerney down for fourth place. Jonathan Dance is starting to jet away from these guys. He's making up little bits of advantage in every single corner, every single exit. There's more space now between our leaders as well. Justin Morton has nearly 3 seconds on Ryan Steele at the moment, who's going to win this battle for fourth place. It's the penultimate lap. Not much time for McInerney and Roberts to sort themselves out here. This is the part of the track where things get dramatic.
Side by side through here usually ends bad by the time they get to the jump, because you stay side by side for quite a while. We've seen cars, trucks, both come together at the exit of the jump. Both did a very good job to make sure that they were both pushing to the left. Jonathan Dance has had a huge moment and he's now out of the race. Jonathan Dance from third has had an issue and is now out of the race. Something big has happened
massive.
to him. Wait till you see this.
Oh yeah, I've just seen it myself. The double jump. This is unfortunate. He just lands it wrong. And around the truck and over it goes.
And it jumped the fence too.
Yep. Banished to the Shadow Realm. And well, Jonathan Dance will have to wait for the last chance qualifier to get that one done. In any case, it is the final lap now. Justin Morton in the lead by a long way now from Ryan Steele. Gaps out to almost 4 seconds. Morton has always been one of the top competitors in the Majors series since he joined. But it is still on for third. Greg McInerney not too far ahead of Brian Barnes and Bryce Roberts. We see that Shane Vickery is starting to catch up to them as well. Andrew Kotska quite a ways behind. I don't think he's going to have much of a chance of getting through on them. But last couple of corners now for Justin Morton. Checkered flag is out, and it will be waved as he crosses the line. Morton was under a bit of pressure at the start, but he managed to increase the gap, and it's a comfortable victory for him in the first heat. Second heat, sorry.
Yeah, very, very composed. Yeah, it looks very, very relaxed in that, but this battle back here didn't look relaxed all the way through, but everyone has got through okay. Can't say the same about after the checkered flag. Well, that was a very, very good second heat of the night. Still got 3 more heats, 2 LCQs and a main, and then we go and do the big boy.
Yep. The large man. Justin Morton and Ryan Steele will move through to the feature. McEnany, Barnes, and Roberts round out the top 5. And then we can move on through to heat number 3. Christian Challoner is going to start all the way over on the right. He's got Abramatis, Fletcher, Price, Dowd, and Kuhn alongside him. And then Roger Shank is joined by Jason McSparron, Matt Knight, and Mark Redeker, rounding out our 10-car field. All right. Who's going to get the best start here? And is anyone going to nab themselves a black flag for a jump start? It's happened in every heat so far. Yeah, it is probable.
I'm going to say it's more probable than possible because, yeah, as you said, almost every race we've seen, I think, 3 of the 5 heats, the main, one of the LCQs as well, we saw it. So it's happened a fair bit. Here we go, ready to race.
And we already here have problems for Christian Challoner. Apparently, his router has gone. So, unfortunately, Challoner won't be competing. But the start is on. And here we go.
Guys that started on the outside didn't get a very big advantage.
No!
Contact 4 wide.
4 wide. Oh, my goodness. Matt Knight looks like might get the lead here. And he will indeed. Abramatis has to back off. That's a huge adventure for Nathan Dowd, who was on the outside coming into the first turn. Knight gets on the brakes. That's a very aggressive entry from Zach Price, who tries to hold the outside, but I don't know if that's going to work out for him. He makes contact with Roger Shank on the way out of the hairpin. Oh, lordy. Another chaotic start in these trucks, but everyone makes it to the actual start line for lap 1 without too much incident.
Yep. Relatively, I mean, chaotic but clean start. There was contact, there was biffing and barging, but everyone made it to the end of the lap, which I think is the important bit. Oh, my!
Oh, no!
That's a big hit there from Zach Price in the 27. He's made heavy contact there with Shank and Fletcher, and then just driven around the outside of him. Yeah, Matt Knight, sorry, it was. Yeah, Matt Knight, who was the other car, and he's the other truck. He's got big damage.
Yeah, he has. He ended up stopping in the turn. He got run into like 3 or 4 times, unfortunately. So now he's way back in the field. But Abramatis, with the 1.9 second lead over Zach Price, he's doing proper good at the moment. It is a battle for third at the moment from what I can see. Roger Shank versus William Fletcher here. And on board with Fletcher, we can see just how much speed these Pro 4 trucks carry. And I only thought about the inside run for a second there, but very difficult to actually make passes here without flinging it into the corners.
Yeah, in some ways you have to be ultra aggressive and almost force a moment. But he did a very good job of making sure he didn't make contact and didn't get too aggressive. Maintain the gap as well. So sometimes when you get a bit too aggressive and look to throw it up the inside or look to make moves, you can lose yourself a lot of momentum by not continuing with the bump or with the move. Price did the opposite when he made those bumps before. He was lucky that he didn't get flung around, but Knight and Shank will be pretty upset with how that did play out that lap previous. In Fletcher, though, he has some good pace here. Will he be able to make the move? Maybe at the last corner on this lap.
Let's see then. Good run down the straight into the fast right-hander. Flat out in both the Pro 2s and the Pro 4s, but you've got to try and gear it up for the jumps. Make sure that you keep it stable through the air. That's one thing that we haven't talked about at all tonight is how you can alter the truck's behavior in the air. More throttle means that the nose goes up. More brake, the nose goes down. That is physics. That is real. It happens. And Roger Shank will not be thinking about that right now. He'll be thinking about keeping William Fletcher behind. They're making contact upon contact coming into the final corner. And, oh, the run is not there. William Fletcher. Oh, okay. Runs into the back of him. Valuable time lost. Here comes Nick Kuhn to take advantage.
Goodness me. Nick Kuhn well and truly getting into the fight there as well. So it's an interesting battle pack that's unfolded here. Nathan Dowd, the ultra aggression, looking to make as many spots as he can, but seems to be going backwards instead of forwards while doing it. He's going to lose another one here to McSparrow, who's coming in.
Yeah, pretty heavy damage on that truck now. I'm wondering if that's hurt his suspension a little bit. Well, evidently from the way he just took that jump, not so. So McSparrow will keep his truck clean for the time being, but could see a chance at 6th spot here if he goes to the inside early and straightens it out early as well. But it's not going to happen this time around.
Abramatis now to a 3.1 second advantage over Zach Price, who was actually a fair bit slower on that previous lap than Abramatis, but still a lot quicker than everyone else. Those front two have broken a huge margin. Roger Shank has pressure from William Fletcher again. They separated and now they're back together again.
Yeah, well, obviously not over by any stretch of the imagination here. Shank keeping himself with some good momentum. But remember, it's all about the second half of the lap and just, you know, how you can manage the weight transfer across the jumps. Have a look at that.
Shank almost rolled it then. Almost a front flip.
Looked for a second like the truck was going to bounce up and over, and that is the inside open for William Fletcher. But again, if you take the title line through, there's less momentum through the corner. Fletcher is just not able to get it done. Or can he? Have a look at this. That's a nice entry, but again, the exit belongs to Shank. This is the battle here for the last spot on the podium.
Remember we saw Matt Knight involved in that issue on lap 1. The race score from bad to worse. He's been sent to the Shadow Realm as well.
Goodness me. It's like it's like those memes that you see where someone screams and then immediately disappears. That's what it feels like when you go over the bounds here at Crandon. So, last lap, Roger Shank keeping William Fletcher behind him for the time being. Only a few more corners to go. There's still a few opportunities for Fletcher to make the move. But Tom Abramatis is out in the lead at the moment, and there is no sign of that changing for him. There is a sign that third could be changing here. Fletcher gets through on Shank. Goodness me, Abramatis is going across the line. Is there the fight back from Roger Shank? Zach Price finishes second. Here we go. It's a little bit deep for Fletcher. Oh, and a little bit of biffo. We barge through and Shank gets it.
Dowd and Kuhn finished with only 8/10 separating them. That was a fun heat as well. The battle was, I wouldn't say it was clean, but it was fun to watch.
Yeah, certainly was. Tom Abramatis will have a nearly 5-second margin for victory with Shank, Fletcher, and Dowd rounding out the top 5. Abramatis and Price transfer through to the feature. We move on
to take away from that too, sorry, Reese, is that Christian Challoner obviously did not start that one, so he'll be coming through the LCQs as well.
He will. But he hasn't gotten back into the server yet, so that's going to be an issue for him potentially. So here's the Heat 4 starting grid. Peterson, Batten, Stevens, McGreevy, Isaacs, and Klaus first to 6th, and then we have Scrivener, Anderson, Damien Colty, and Drew Lalonde lining up here. Green flag flies, and we are away. Not the greatest start from Austin Peterson. It was a great jump from Garen Batten, and it looks like he's going to lead the way coming into the first turn here. Batten certainly had some adventures in the Pro 2s. Yeah, we've already got a car around. Oh, yep, McGreevy He unfortunately looks like had a bit of contact with Robert Anderson and then got absolutely piled into. Anderson then with a bit of damage to the front of his truck. He's going to try up the inside of Jerry Isaacs. That's not going to work out. Isaacs outside line, and outside means straight exit. So Garen Batten leads at the end of the first half lap, but it is on for second. Daniel Stevens currently sits there with Austin Peterson chasing.
A quick look at what happened at the start in a moment as well, because that incident from McGreevy was heavy contact. I'm surprised this truck is still going. Oh my goodness, Jerry Isaacs. Speaking of committed, that was very deep. Managed to make it sort of work though.
Yeah, just about. So here's the start then. And McGreevy just gets hit around and heavy into the wall. Front end of the truck is gone. Or at least the front bodywork. Looks like he's continuing though. So we shall see where he ends up finishing at the end. Oh no, actually, McGreevy's just gone into the pits.
Just in the pits now.
Yeah, that's a shame. Therefore, Brian McGreevy could have had a very good run in this one. So this is third place at the moment, Austin Peterson. He's, oh no, sorry, it's the number 51 of Jerry Isaacs, who's currently in fourth spot. He has got quite the pack chasing him. Anderson, Lalonde, and Timothy Klaus as well. Nice four-car fight. But the battle for second is by no means over, Jay. Look at Stevens here. He has got Peterson right on his tail. And they're not too far behind Garen Batten either.
No, not far away at all. So the front three, remember 3 cars fighting over 2 spots here. This could end in tier, or will end in tiers for one of these 3. Which of the 3 will be, or will it be more than one of the 3? Because we've seen plenty of races where incidents have happened and taken out a couple of drivers that had looked like they were going to progress through.
There's always that possibility. The onboard here from Dan Stevens really telling the story. He's obviously put in a lot of practice for this event. And the sequential shifter he's using is a little bit more realistic for this kind of vehicle. Replay here for the number 26. Yeah. Oh dear. Oh, all right. Evidently. And that is the end of his heat. Engine destroyed. Peterson with the fastest lap so far. He is chasing down Dan Stevens and really making his intentions known.
And look at the heart rate going up. Every time you see a little bit of a look from Peterson, you'll see that heart rate fly up to close to the 140. 130 is about where his normal pressure rate is. We've seen Stevens' heart rate a lot. Usually in qualifying it's around the 80 to 90. 130 is when he's starting to feel a bit of pressure.
Yeah, he's gained a little bit of time on Peterson this lap though. So I think he's safe for the time being. That heart rate is not dropping much though. Stevens could still be looking at a potential victory here if there's a mistake for Garen Batten. You see that while the gap is ebbing and flowing, it seems like Stevens is actually closing in on Batten. Let's compare the lap times coming across the line here to begin the penultimate lap. Batten with a 16.2, Stevens and Peterson, well, Stevens running a 15.9 and Peterson running a 16.2 as well. So now, the end of this heat, it is Daniel Stevens with the advantage.
Stevens. Oh, okay. Oh, I wasn't ready for that.
Jump scare for Timothy Klaus.
Oh, watch the reverse.
That's not the best re-entry. Oh, that's too much. That's way too much.
Oh, it was spectacular. yeah, you're right. It was too much, but it looked amazing. It wasn't going to be the right way to do it. How did it happen though? Oh, okay, I can see how it's happened. In contact between Klaus and Isaacs. Heavy contact. That's a bit wide there for Stevens. He's going to open the door a tiny little bit. A quick replay.
Yeah, we shall. So it was in the first couple of turns, and oh dear, that's that. Yeah, probably ran a bit.
He would have jumped back a bit. I tell you what, that reverse into the wall was very spectacular. This is the closest we've seen all night long. 3 cars fighting for 2 spots. Batten, Stevens, Peterson. Who is going to take the spot, get through, and who's going to have to go through the LCQ?
This is the question, and it will be answered in just a moment. Garen Batten still holding on. Stevens and Peterson a little bit wide out of the turn. They have lost some valuable ground there to the number 61. Into the hairpin, on the brakes, down through the gears. Stevens leaves the door open for Peterson on the inside, but the outside line is a straighter exit. Excellent launch. Can Peterson fight back here over the double jump?
You have to work hard to get this spot. Stevens is going to make sure his truck is extremely wide. But, that is the door being opened a little bit. Oh, Peterson tried to use Stevens to get past. He almost used him as a battering ram and ended up costing himself some time. Is that enough for Dan Stevens to hold on?
Stevens fires it into the hairpin.
Look at that.
It looks like that. Yeah, 150. Goodness me. Oh.
Big deep breaths, Dan.
Is there going to be a final run from Peterson in the final corner? Not close enough. Garen Batten is going to take victory, and Stevens celebrating, holding off Austin Peterson for second. He is through to the feature and well driven from all 3.
That's the closest heat we've had all night so far. It was absolutely fantastic to watch. Heat 4 has turned it on. Wow. And still giving us thumbs up too as well. We've just missed it on screen. His heart rate's still up there too. He's still at 140. Take a breath, brother.
Well, he's going to have time to take a breath. We still have a heat to go, and the last chance qualifiers. Stevens will be just sitting and watching for the time being, so that heart rate should go back down to about 100 at least. So away we go. Yeah, you can see how hard he was working in that one, right? Oh, great stuff. 7/10 between Stevens and Peterson at the end for second, but Batten taking victory. Drew Lalonde in 4th place. Very good run from them with Jerry Isaacs in 5th. This is the grid for Heat 5. Travis Walling and Brenton Foster, the top 2 starters, with Barber, Bennett, Santana, Otto, Parks, Richardson, Stein, the cars involved there. Only 9 starters for this one already, and away we go. That jump start is for
up yet. I saw someone jump. I thought I saw someone jump. I'm going to get a replay of it.
They escaped, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, well, either way, Travis Walling is the one who leads the way. It's jostling for second spot with Brian Bennett trying to keep Brenton Foster behind. We have a spinner, and it is the number 33 of Mark Santana. But have a look at this fight for P2, the transfer spot. Firing up the inside. Too much there for Brenton Foster. My goodness, what a fight this is. Up over the rise, Phil Otto sideways in the air. That was contact with Don Parks, and firing it up the inside again is Brian Bennett, who tries to make it 3 wide through the hairpin. Oh my goodness, Gavin Barber is once again having the ride of his life here, and he is looking at second place potentially if he can find his way past Brenton Foster.
He needs to go to a roller coaster when you can have a ride like this. Oh my goodness, I just saw it out the corner of my eye. Oh my goodness, Brian Bennett.
Oh, God.
I don't think you're supposed to be there. Yeah, you can't park there, sir. Now, I definitely saw someone move. You tell me.
All right, let's see. Waiting.
43's got it in gear. There's 3 cars that jump when they put it in gear.
Yeah, but it wasn't quite enough.
Backwards. So, yeah, they've been given a bit of leeway there.
Yeah, they didn't move forward enough to trigger the black flag. So that's your top 2 right now. Travis Walling ahead of this man, Brenton Foster. And we'll get a replay here of what happened to Brian Barnes. That's me. It's a little bit too hot to the corner.
Danger money, weren't they?
Yeah, I think so. Probably want to invest in some concrete bunkers as well while they're at it. Phil Otto holding off Cody Richardson for P4 here. This is looking like a nice fight between these two. They both managed to get through the opening laps without too much damage to their trucks, if any. And right now, Otto seems to be the quicker of the two. Brian Bennett, unfortunately, in the pits, and I think has retired from this one already. The field is spaced out a bit.
Good news though, Reese. Christian Challoner has been able to rejoin the race sessions, the race service, so hopefully we'll see him out there for his LCQ, and what a redemption drive if he can make it back into the A main.
Yeah, would be a great redemption drive for Christian Challoner. He's going to have a lot of work to do though. Let's see how this heat ends up going. Last heat of the Pro 4s. So Phil Otto still keeping Cody Richardson behind him for 4th place, and the number 49 of Brenton Foster is driving fantastically. He's managed to gap Gavin Barber. The fastest lap goes to Travis Walling, 15.4, and it looks like he is safe for the time being.
He's just driving very composed now, isn't he? Just getting around the track as neatly, comfortably as possible. Pulling a bit of a gap on Foster, and as you said, they're both pulling a gap on Gavin Barber. Let's watch this ride, because I am amazed that apparently he loves it. I don't think I could do it. It's too much for me. But watch him over this big jump coming up.
All right, so he makes his way into the fast right-hander, keep the throttle pinned to the floor, control the steering. Jump 1, wham. Jump 2, wham. Goodness me, he is getting rocked about.
And no care at all. He's just like, yeah, whatever. This is just how it goes. Jeez. I reckon he knows that we're talking about him now too.
Yeah, and I mean, when you think about it, even with the motion rig here, it's still not approaching the forces that drivers in the real world have to deal with when they go over these jumps. Like, I'm amazed that, well, I mean, there probably are spinal compression injuries from off-road racing, but we don't often hear about them.
Well, I was about to say my back hurts watching Gav in this here. I can feel my lower back hurting a lot. I can feel my shoulders hurting a lot. I can feel my ribs hurting a lot, bouncing off the side of the seat. But it seems to work for him because he's always consistent. He always has a smile on his face while he's out on track. We'll watch him over the big jump again, and then the battle just behind him between Richardson and Otto getting very, very heated now as that position has changed.
It has indeed. Cody Richardson has made his way past Phil Otto and into 4th spot, but I don't know if it's over just yet. Phil Otto did not have a good last lap there. 17-0 for Richardson versus 17-7 for Otto, and looks to me like Richardson has a little bit more in terms of consistency, in terms of smoothness for compared to Phil. The final lap begins. He only has another 2.8 kilometers to fend him off, and he'll probably be wondering what might have been if the start was a little different. Might have been fighting for 2nd spot. It looks like there is no fight for the top 2 at the moment. Walling and Foster are both safe in the transfer spots. Gavin Barber on his lonesome in 3rd, but Cody Richardson still trying to fend off Phil Otto here and minimize mistakes. Otto is firing it into every turn here, trying to keep the pace up. And I tell you what, it's not over behind. Have a look at that. Mark Santana and Patrick Stein making contact for 7th and 8th. Don Parks was fighting with them as well. Battles all throughout the field right at the end of this race. But last couple of turns for Travis Warling. Raced in Crandon in the real world very recently, and has put that into practice in the virtual world as well. He wins the 5th and final heat
Foster
of Pro 2. Oh my goodness, what has happened to Brenton Foster? Gavin Barber has sailed by him and will finish in 2nd place and get straight through into the feature.
What has happened? His car stopped, or his truck stopped.
What?
Has he underfueled it or something? Because he still ran with his qualifying setup and not put enough fuel in the truck. Watch. Comes out of the corner, puts a foot down. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, yeah.
And Gav Barber, look at this. He's
Wow.
happy as.
Amazing. So that's a good run for Middle Finger Racing. Both Dan Stevens and Gav Barber making it through into the feature on transfer. Yeah, Brenton Foster underfueled it. You know, I could hear the car choking as he made his way out of the second last corner. That is a disaster there for Foster. But Walling and Barber will transfer through into the feature. That is the heats done. Now it's time for the last chance qualifier. All right, first of them, Ken Leung all the way on the right-hand side. Shank, Richardson, Barnes, Lalonde, Fox, Dowd, Parks, and Vickery, along with Brian Scrivener, the top 10, with Hutchison, McSparran, Stein, Johnson, Colty, Mertz, Knight, and Bennett, as well as James Vining, taking to this 19-car field. 19-truck field. We got to stop saying car. It's trucks. It's trucks. It's trucks.
I can't stop, unfortunately. I apologise, but it's just how it is.
All right, well, we're getting things going here. Time hits 0. Who gets the best start here in LCQ number 1? Beautiful start from many people, but man, those... oh, goodness. There's a truck going up in the air. There's actually quite a bit of chaos happening at the moment. Wayne Hutchison spun. Brian Barnes with damage. Brian Bennett smoking. Same for Don Parks. I think there's going to be a couple of replays that we need to check for that one, but the battle is on here for the lead. Ken Leung and Jake Fox together coming into the second last corner. Leung to the outside. He does get a better exit and will keep the lead over Jake Fox at the start of the proper first lap.
Yep. Just holding the lead. Not by much. Enough, though. Remember, the top 5 will progress from this into the final. So, Nathan Dowd, the first one on the outside looking in, trying to make a move. Quite there yet. Drew Lalonde also there trying to make a move.
Oh, that was a bit over the berm there for Nathan Dowd. He's right on the rear bumper of Shane Vickery. How late do they dare to go on the brakes? Vickery going immediately to the inside. Patrick Stein trying his best to get the run out of the corner, and he does. It's always beautiful watching a full field of trucks make their way over these jumps. So here's the drama that happened at the start. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the number 21 getting into the number 70. Something fierce there.
Don Parks just went for a big adventure there, didn't he?
Yeah, and unfortunately for Don, it looks like his race is over. He blew the engine properly and got into the pits. Actually fell onto his left-hand side. He has fallen and he cannot get up. Well, the fight is not over here for the podium. Adam Johnson fending off Nathan Dowd now. It looks like he's gotten past Shane Vickery and Drew Lalonde. Lalonde in 6th place and trying to chase down Vickery just behind.
Very, very close in this group now, isn't it? It's 3rd all the way back to 9th. There's not much separating the whole lot, so you can see them all there in the shot. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th on the way back to 9th position. almost include Jake Fox in that as well. He's not that far ahead of these guys. So second back to ninth is only 7 seconds. That's close enough. Is that Drew Lalonde just having a big moment there?
Ooh.
It was.
Yeah, indeed. Lalonde had a very rough landing off that second jump and had to give it a couple of stabs to make the way through the corner. Up the front, there's very little drama, with Ken Leung leading by 1.3 seconds over Jake Fox. This is the onboard for Lalonde. Look at this. Bam, down there. And, yeah, had to slow it up a bit in order to not get into the wall.
Jake Fox is closing the gap down to Ken Leung at the front, down to 1.3. It was out to about 2 seconds, but that is closing down a little bit. We're almost halfway through this race as well. It's going by very quick. Jake
Whoa!
Fox, that's quick.
Yeah, that was like a cannon coming into the hairpin, and Ken Leung was probably half thinking he was going to get taken out there. But fortunately, Fox managed to pull it up just in time. It does look like Fox has potential to be the quicker driver here. And having said that, he does hold the fastest lap of the race. Was 0.6 faster, or near enough, than Leung on the previous lap. Just needs to be careful of consistency in the corners. Meanwhile, up the inside of Adam Johnson, this is Nathan Dowd, and it looks like he's just about getting the move done, but outside run again is with the number 29, goes deep, and will probably gear that up for a good exit onto the start-finish stretch, and up the inside into turn 1. Good stuff. Great battling between these two, but there's contact, and off the circuit he just about goes. How on earth did Nathan Dowd not crash there?
It's getting very heated, isn't it? It's great to watch, but yeah, not how we expected this race to go. And Drew Lalonde still sitting in 6th, wondering how he's actually going to get a spot. I mean, he knows that he's got to make overtakes. Oh, no, that's not going to help.
No, yeah, it's not going to happen now, is it? Damien Colty giving Drew Lalonde a big old smooch. And just pulling it up in time is the number 89 of Patrick Stein, who manages to nab a free position out of that. Unfortunate there for those two. It looks like they are not going to be in contention for getting into the feature now. Currently, 5th place is held by Adam Johnson. Here's how it happened.
See that this just did too hot to start with, and then that's how Pro 2s are made, I think.
Yeah, I think so. The mating ritual of the Pro 4 truck. No. We'll put that to bed.
Drew
Jake
Lalonde has
Fox
retired his truck as well, by the way. With that damage.
Yeah.
He's done for the night.
Not much surprise there. That's a shame there for Drew. But Jake Fox has lost ground to Ken Leung, hasn't he? It seems like Ken has just managed to keep the pace up more consistently lap on lap, and Fox, though he is firing it into turns like the hairpin, is just not preserving the mid-corner momentum that he needs to stay within range.
I think he's trying too hard to get into first, Jake Fox, if I'm perfectly honest. He's trying too hard and trying to go too quick and then too late on the brakes, using too much brake. Because, like, over the jumps there, that's very aggressive, but it works. He gains all of this time back, gets into these corners where you're heavy on the brakes. He's just in too hot and then loses all the momentum in the mid-corner, as you said. So that's much better, and it instantly gains 0.2 of a second. So if Fox can do that a little bit more, and what he did at the hairpin at the back of the course around the tree, a lot less, might find himself able to get this move done. But at the moment, 1.5 seconds is the gap. And surprisingly, Jake Fox was still 0.3 of a second faster on that lap with 2 to go now.
Yeah, interesting. And, I mean, all of this being said, they don't need to battle too hard for the win. They are going to get into the feature regardless, as long as they finish there. It is this battle. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's also something that we need to consider now. It's this battle here that, you know, depending on how things work out for Dowd, Vickery, and Johnson. Any of these three on screen at the moment could be looking at a top 5 finish. Scrivener is currently in 6th spot, followed by McSparren and Barnes. And you see that Adam Johnson is not too far ahead of them. Just needs to get to the end. There's going to be another lap to go after this one. And got to try and avoid doing that too much. Number 70, Brian Scrivener, gets into the wall. And that is 6th place lost.
I'll be a bit disappointed with how that's played out there because he was looking very, very strong. Holding on to that 6th spot. White flag in the air when they cross the line. Must say, Barney's not doing a very good job of waving the white flag today as well. You watch Barney when we come past him here. He's just standing over there watching, but not waving. Half a second now, the lead as well.
It's been another quick lap from Jake Fox. Took nearly
too hot for
5/10 of a second out of Lung. Yeah, too hot for both. They almost slow right to a stop in the hairpin, don't they? It's incredible stuff.
It's worked for them because I think they're both doing it. I think if Fox was taking that slow in, fast out line at the inside, has just seen McSparren have a little moment in the background, so that's him done in that group. Well, that's wide for Lung. If Fox was maintaining the momentum through that mid-corner at the hairpin, I think he would have taken the lead there, but he went in too hot thinking he could get the spot. They've both done the same thing again. Here comes Fox. He's going to get the spot. Side by side, make contact.
Oh, here we go then. Lung will protect the inside, but Fox, I think, is going to fire it in here and try and get a good run out of the final turn. There's no door open on the inside, though. Lung is going to hold on there to win the LCQ.
He did a good job of blocking in the mid-corner there to make sure that there couldn't be any momentum used by Jake Fox to get that run. Vickery, Dowd and Johnson will be the last drivers across the line. Barnes, McSparren and Scrivener finish 6th, 7th and 8th. They are night done.
That they are. Well, those are your results. Top 5 there, transfer through to the feature. Everyone else is going home. And of course, we still have 5 more feature spots to work out in the B main, which is coming up pretty much right now. Unfortunate for Mertz, Parks, Hutchison and Lalonde that they didn't have as successful races as they had potential for. But now, final race before the Pro 4 feature.
Before we get into that, I want to give a shout out to James Vining. He had his wheel fail on him midway through the night, so that's why he did not take the start. So unfortunate for him, wheel failure during a big event like this, never what you want to see.
No, of course not. That's a big heartbreak there for Viney. I noticed that he was chatting quite a bit on in-sim voice in the warm-up, so he was obviously very hyped for this event. Hopefully he'll grab himself a couple of results to make up for it later on in the season. But it is time to move through to the second of our last chance qualifiers. Fill up the final 5 spots on the feature grid. Greg McEnany is going to start all the way on the right. Peterson, Lottridge, Fletcher, Otto, Roberts, Partridge, Kuhn, all going to line up alongside with Santana, Kotska, Klaus, Trosen, Rediker, Foster, Dance, McGreevy, Dolson, Challoner starting all the way over on the left-hand side, and Robert Anderson also taking to the start here.
Is this a blessing in disguise for Challoner starting all the way over there? It is.
I think so, yeah. I mean, you see him there in that car, in that truck, number 1. I keep saying car, I mean truck. All right, let's do it. Let's get things started. Revs rise. Keep an eye on that right side of the screen to see what Challoner does. Look at him. He's immediately going for the gravel and the dirt. Let's see how much of a good start that nets him as they all fire their way into the first turn. I mean, it seems like in the Pro 4s, it's not that much of a disadvantage to start on the right-hand side, but goodness me, that is some carnage happening here. We've already got trucks spinning and diving around. Nick Kuhn with an unfortunate run there. Has come to an end and stopped as well as Bryce Roberts.
We saw another truck head for the inside as well. Missed the jump. Not sure who that was, but yeah, Great start from Challoner, up into 6th. So from 19th to 6th before we even get the green flag to start the official first lap of the race. It's incredible as it's on for the lead between Peterson and McInerney. And there's someone in the wall.
Kotska. It is, and Challoner's going to try and move through here, but there's contact mid-air. Oh, my goodness. Brian McGreevy side by side with Challoner. I'm going to lose my voice by the end of the night. I've still got a Sandown 500 to commentate this afternoon. Calm it down, guys.
You've got no hope of surviving the night, I can tell you now. Cannot wait to hear you lose your voice later on, but yeah, this is so full on. As it's on for
Peterson.
the lead. Oh, Jerry Isaac's in too hot.
Oh, no. Oh, careful on the re-entry. Challoner manages to avoid getting caught up in all that. This is chaotic already. We are not even at the end of the first real lap of racing. Challoner, I think, just safe here in 5th spot. Could scrape into the feature from this, and he could be looking at potentially 3rd if these two keep scrapping. Dance and Isaac side by side.
Yep. And Challoner's there ready to pounce, and Brian McGreevy not far away as well. Andrew Kotska, Phil Otto not far off as well. Whew. We'll get some replays in a second, but I'm just waiting for the race to calm down a little. I don't know if it will.
Yeah, I don't know if it will either. Still side by side between 51 and 41, and the number one is closing in rapidly on Jerry Isaacs and Jonathan Dance. Here comes Challoner. Try and round the outside of Jonathan Dance, which becomes the inside for the next corner. All about the exit, though. The outside line is usually better. Oh, a little bit of a whack.
Yep. Uses that berm.
Here we go, Challoner up the inside here. Let's see if he can gear this one up. Goes all the way to the inside of the corner and manages to nail the throttle on the way out. It looks like he is going to keep that position and get up into 4th place. Austin Peterson is starting to drive away from this field. He enjoys a 2.7 second lead as we review the start.
So watch the Caterpillar truck there, the 19. Bang into the wall. See in the background there, that's also Bryce Roberts in the 28 having issues. And you see there was a truck there that went all the way on the inside of the hairpin there. As Challoner, of course, wide there from Jerry Isaacs as he went to make the move. Oh, McGreevy went in way too hot at the exit and almost made contact with Challoner.
Yeah, almost. But has lost time and is now back with Andrew Kotska there in the fight for 6th spot. Little taps, little nudges. Fastest lap goes to Austin Peterson, who is on his lonesome at the front of this field. But this battle for the last 4 positions in the top 5 is massive. McInerney just holding off Isaacs and Dance, and Challoner sitting there in 5th place. He could still move up in terms of position, but I think with him backing out of the throttle early, I think Challoner's just focusing on getting to the finish at this stage. That said, he is side by side now with Jonathan Dance.
Well, he knows it doesn't matter where he finishes. As long as he finishes in the top 5, that's all that matters. And to be honest, probably thinks he's better to finish 5th than in 1st. If you finish in 1st, you're starting on the left-hand side, or maybe even in the middle. But if you finish last, you're probably going to be on the outside. So he knows that the strategy games around the finishing position here are very, very important. So does get the move done here on McInerney. Now up in the 3rd position. Austin Peterson, though, he's checked out at the front.
Yeah, truly has checked out. Challoner fires it in around the outside, and, well, I mean, you can see just how supreme an outside run is through hairpin corners here. Peterson gets into the 1:15s. You can definitely see he's going to be one of the ones in contention for the podium when we get to that feature. Can Challoner get past Isaacs in short order is the next question to ask. Looks like Challoner has a lovely run down the straight here. That was a beautiful exit from the left down into the hairpin. Challoner seems to be a fan of that inside line at the hairpin.
It's working for him, isn't it?
Yeah, it has. He obviously is losing out a little bit to the outside run from Isaacs, but he's not as slow as we've seen other drivers who take that inside line.
Makes it flow a little bit better than what we've seen from others. Focus here on Andrew Kotsko, because have a look at what's happened to him at the hairpin. A massive moment Bang, makes contact with, I believe that was McGreevy. Now it's dropped all the way back. Brendan Foster is getting past McGreevy now. The damage on Brendan Foster's truck is he now up into 5th position. Kennedy and McGreevy now fighting over that 5th with Brendan Foster taking the spot.
Jeez. This is a really intense fight for those last couple positions in the top 5. Jonathan Dance and Brenton Foster will keep fighting at the front of that pack, but Challoner still trying to find a way past Jerry Isaacs, and it looks like he geared up a lovely exit again down the straight. It's going to be a run again for Challoner at the hairpin. Isaacs on the outside, but Challoner gets it done on the inside there. He's briefly ahead. Isaac gets it back from him.
Great fight.
This is fantastic. Challoner on the outside through the quick right and over the jumps. It looks like Challoner's got it. Yeah, he's going to protect that inside there. Yeah, very good driving. Yeah. I was going to say car control, but truck control is Challoner's strength there.
Took him, half a lap to get the move done, but he just ate little bit by little bit to get the move done. And I think that's something we've seen from a lot of drivers when they're able to just take position slowly. Oh, wow. That's a big one.
Yeah, that's Andrew Kotska got into him at the hairpin and just whacked him up and over. Unfortunately, careful on the re-entry once again. Greg McEnany is going to be fuming after this one. He was running so well in the top 5, and he's just been whacked about, and
He
looks
just got
like
run over
now,
then, didn't he?
Yeah, now down to 12th. It's a real shame. So now, Jonathan Dance holds on to that crucial 5th spot. Brian McGreevy is trying to chase him down, and looking at the lap times, well, McGreevy was 1/10 faster on the last lap. Will he be able to keep that pace up? Will he be able to get to the back of Dance by the end of the final lap? I don't know. Seems like a bit too much of a gap to surmount.
Front 5 have all separated a little too, so it means now that there's not going to be too much battling going on in the top 5, which they'll all be very, very happy about. Greavy, Kotska, they've got to work together to close that gap down to Dance, but I feel like 1.8 seconds at the moment might be enough for Jonathan Dance to hold on, but it only takes one poor braking moment to ruin your race. So will they be able to hold on? 1 lap to go.
Here we go then. Continue on through the opening corners here. And I've only just realized something else about the Pro 4s that's different from the Pro 2s, and that's the location of the engine. That's another reason why you see the flinging around in this car. It's just a bit more maneuverable than the Pro 2, which has its engine in the front. Looks like it's worked out well for Austin Peterson in this one. Christian Challoner now up to 2nd and is driving away from the battle for 3rd, which remains between Jerry Isaacs and Brenton Foster. It's going to be close between these two in the last few corners.
You don't want to make contact,
Isaacs,
though.
I think, covering it. Yeah, they don't want to make contact there. Not too far ahead of Jonathan Dance right now. Let's see then, as across the line comes Austin Peterson, winning the last chance qualifier for Mega Racing Team. Challoner 2nd. There was a bit of contact between Foster and Isaacs, but they won't lose out. They are safe in 3rd and 4th, and Jonathan Dance will hold off Brian McGreevy for the last transfer spot into the feature.
Yep, and lots of big names that are going to miss out on this final as well, aren't there? There's lots of names that you probably would have penciled in to make it through, but they will not make it through to the last dance in this class. Now, the other part that we haven't talked about yet, Reese, is that top 15 in both the Pro 2 and Pro 4, the drivers that will go through and compete in the World Cup coming up. So if you don't make the top 15 in either, you can't race in that World Cup big bragging rights race.
Yeah, so we're going to have to review the results from the Pro 2 event just to see who's going to get through from that. But these are your LCQ results, and Peterson through to Dance will make their way through to the feature. Everyone else goes home for the time being. We are now in the warm-up, and it is another welcome chance to take a breath as we check out the rest of those results. Looks like pretty much everyone made it to the finish there. Yep. Phil Otto a lap down, but yeah, good to see that everyone made it to the finish there in that LCQ. We're going to step aside briefly on SimSpeed TV, and I'm barely going to talk at all because I need to reserve my vocal cords for what's sure to be a fantastic feature in the Pro 4s here and the Crandon World Cup, round 7 of the Majors Series.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
You're watching SimSpeed TV, round 7 of the Pacific region of the Majors series here. Of course, the Atlantic region will be broadcast by our good mates over at Global Sim Racing Channel later on. And I'll tell you what, this has certainly been a wonderful night of racing. It is still nowhere near finished. We have the Pro 4 feature coming up right now, and then the final race, the Crandon World Cup, where we mash the Pro 2s and the Pro 4s together in the Predator format. Reese Gardner and Jay Kennedy are the voices you're hearing at the moment. Jay is also the one controlling the cameras behind the scenes and bringing you these pictures on screen, as well as the graphics. You are doing double duty, Jay. I'd say even triple duty, because you've got to worry about the stream, you've got to worry about what's happening out on track, and of course changing the graphics on screen as well. Reminder that the Majors is supporting Cure LGMD2I this round, charity that is helping to provide for people affected by and supporting research for limb-girdle muscular dystrophy type 2I. Make sure to go to curelgmd2i.com to lend your support. All right, Jay, I think it's time to get into the feature here for the Pro 4s. This is going to be intense.
100% it's going to be intense. I'm really looking forward to it. As you said, there's a couple of races to go for the night. Lots of names that we're going to see in this one and in the and we did see in the first of our main events as well. So just for reference, we were talking before about top 15 going through into the World Cup final. If you've made it through into the World Cup final for both events, in the Pro 2 and the Pro 4, you can pick which truck you want to drive. We talked before about there being an 8-second starting advantage between the two. for the Pro 2s over the Pro 4s. You take the Pro 2 knowing that you've got the head start. You take the Pro 4 knowing that it's faster, but you've got to get yourself past up to 15 Pro 2s. It's a really interesting strategy. I'm really looking forward to seeing how that works out.
Yeah, I am too. We've got to see who the top 15 in Pro 4 are first, though, because the warm-up is over and we're getting into the grid now for the 10-lap feature. Starting all the way over on the right-hand side, it is going to be Jarrett Liebert in the number 20, and then we have lining up alongside him Justin Morton, Tom Abramatis, Garen Batten, Travis Walling, and Robert Northway. We also have Ryan Steele, Zach Price, Daniel Stevens, Gavin Barber, Ken Lung, and Austin Peterson. Rounding out the top 12 cars, then Jake Fox, Christian Challoner, Nathan Dowd, Jerry Isaac, Shane Vickery, Brenton Foster, Adam Johnson, and Jonathan Dance. And just like that, the revs rise. We get things going. What can Challoner do? He's had to work his way through the last chance qualifiers. We are away. Jarrett Liebert all the way over on the left-hand side. You see drivers on the right going straight for the clay to get some good runs into the first corner. But once again, it is the driver who starts all the way on the right that leads into the first turn, and a little bit of jostling in the pack. Travis Walling and Robert Northway making some slight contact. And as they come down off the jump, we have a big crash. We have multiple trucks that have come off the jump badly and tumbling over. We have quite a few trucks. Adam Johnson as well as Gavin Barber, and we already have Adam Johnson back in the pits. That's unfortunate for a few drivers there, but leading the way is Jarrett Liebert. Fantastic stuff from the driver who is far and away the quickest in these vehicles for the time being. But Justin Morton holding off Travis Walling for the second place spot right now. Tom Abramatis chasing.
Wow, what a crazy start that was.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got away unscathed with the most of the field. Zach Price, the only truck that has had to retire from the event with his incident there. But wow, it's crazy. I'm trying to work out a replay to show of what happened there. That was just intense. But at the front, Liebert, Morton, Walling, Abramatis, all driving away. Second, third, and fourth, all championship contenders. The other championship contender, the driver with the number 1, he's only got to 12th. He hasn't got a great start like he did in the previous. And Challoner, now going to have to work really hard to try and get a top 5 and salvage some points here.
Yeah, got to think about points as well. But remember, he's also racing for the right to get into the final. And as it stands, that's how it's going for him. Austin Peterson getting into the back of Robert Northway there. Let's see a static shot of how things went so very wrong in the midfield. Just looked like a few drivers maybe making contact mid-air, getting too much steering over the jump as well. It's something that happens a lot. Oh dear, was that Peterson?
Yeah, it was.
Peterson getting shuffled back.
Where's he gone to? He's now back in 10th position. So remember, he was fighting for wins in the first event as well and didn't get there. So he's going to have to finish top 15 here to make it into the final as well. He did not make the top 15 in the previous, despite his very, very good run. This is getting very racy. Jake Fox making contact there with Ryan Steele. I think that's Garen Batten as well. That's just due to what we saw earlier with Jake Fox running in so aggressive and almost stopping his truck through that corner.
Yeah, something that we saw for sure in the second last chance qualifier. This is once again what happened, and man, you see the number 27 of Zach Price going around, and after that, it's just everyone piling in, and there's nowhere for anyone to go, no time to react. Just massive, massive incident.
What you call a junkyard, isn't it? It's an absolute cluster of cars. I'm not going to say what I was going to say there. I almost let one slip. You let one slip last night.
Yes, but the drama's continuing.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Oh, no. That's Vickery, I think, up and around. We also saw a bit of a problem for... I can't even remember who it was. I mean, this is chaotic, this feature. We're only 3 laps in. Here we go, yes.
Was the start. Yes, so
Dan Stevens' MFR car.
Lung, and then Lung makes contact with Challoner. And then as Stevens comes to straighten up, he makes contact with the 48.
Vickery.
Yeah, Vickery.
Yeah. Who then gets run into himself. This is the nature of
Look at
off-road
Challoner's
racing.
truck.
Yeah, Challoner is looking rather battered and bruised. Probably not as aerodynamically sound, but a little bit lighter. Who knows? He's up into 10th and continuing to work his way through here. And he passes Ken Leung around the outside, manages to protect that 10th spot there. He'll try and chase down Jerry Isaacs, who's now just up ahead of him. Up further in the field, though, Robert Northway in 5th place, and he's looking to try and make a pass on Brenton Foster, but then here comes Austin Peterson. Goodness me. Oh, sorry,
Foster.
yeah, Foster. My apologies, yeah. He's chasing Tom Abramatis. I'm getting my cars confused there.
It is difficult when they all run different looking liveries every week. It gets a bit confusing, doesn't it? Especially when we've got Robert Northway running a complete meme of a livery, which is literally a screenshot of a dirt track.
Yeah, very true. It's also, I think, part of the nature of the series itself. It's a different car-track combo each round, trying to, run the gamut of high-profile events across the world. So it can get a little bit much sometimes as Challoner gets it done on Jerry Isaacs and Ken Leung trying to defend from Garen Batten behind. That's the onboard view from Isaacs, and looking behind him, you can see just how close it is between Ken Leung and Garen Batten. And we'll see if they can make their way through the jump section cleanly.
Fox here.
Yeah, Fox again. Oh, okay. Getting cleaned up by, I think that was
Dan
Stevens. Yeah. Stevens having fallen way back, but he's still just inside the top 15, and his teammate Gavin Barber could be under pressure from Nathan Dowd is on board with Abramatis. You can see just the level of suspension travel that these trucks have to go through. That is the fight right in the midst of the top 5 there. Got Brenton Foster piling the pressure on him and trying up the inside, but Abramatis will have the straighter exit and maintain it down the back straight. But I will have to draw your attention to the battle for 15th for a second, Jay, because Gavin Barber currently holds on to it. Nathan Dowd is chasing him down. This is for the right to race in the final.
Yeah, this is important because remember, Gavin Barber didn't make the final in the first, so and I don't believe Nathan Dowd did either. So yeah, both of these guys are fighting for a spot in that World Cup final. So they both want that top 15 position. And as it stands right now, Evan Barber has it. And Dan Stevens just ahead as well. He also be looking for a good result here. Sideways for both. Very, very strong though on the outside is Barber.
Yeah, looks like he might just hold on to this. Looked also back further up, a little bit of trading between Jerry Isaacs and Garen Batten, as well as between Brenton Foster and Tom Abramatis for 5th place. This is that fight. Looks to me like Northway has cleared both of them.
Yep, definitely has. It's Robert Northway, so doing a nice old job there. Abramatis now Foster through on Abramatis, so that's position done there.
And Dowd through on Barber.
Yep. Ryan Steele, though, losing ground, and so's Ken Leung. So that's not done yet either. So Leung also needs to get that top 15. Nathan Dowd needs to get the top 15. Gavin Barber needs to get the top 15. The only one in that 13th on back group that is safe already and into the World Cup final is Dan Stevens, who finished 7th in the Pro 2 race.
Yeah, so Dan Stevens can choose to race either the Pro 2 or the Pro 4, I believe.
If he makes it in both.
If he makes it in both. So we shall see. We shall see. Now then,
position for second as well.
Yes, Travis Walling now by Justin Morton. And holding on nicely. Look at how stable that truck is looking. Of course, Walling with the real-life experience side of things. Raced at Crandon about a week ago. And he'll obviously be knowledgeable about how to set up the suspension of these cars, these vehicles. And this is how he got it done. Just absolutely fired it out of the hairpin. And I think would have transferred this into a good run around the outside. Seems like, you know, if you're on the left-hand side of that straight from the driver's perspective, you get a better run down the straight, less bumps, and managed to get it done nicely through the double jump.
Robert Northway, though, has had an issue. Have a look at this. Too wide, bang into the wall, loses 2 spots, about to lose, actually, he's just got back past Abramatis, but that's not gone well there for Robert Northway. He's a little bit of damage to the rear now as well.
Yeah, looks like he's one of many vehicles now that's actually missing the rear bodywork, but aside from that, still continuing on nicely in the top 5 and should be safe for the final. Speaking of safe, I mean, Jarrett Liebert's lead, it's up to nearly 10 seconds. He is, it's frankly ridiculous how far ahead he is.
Incredible how much of a margin he's got, isn't it? It's incredible. So he's well and truly a class of his own in this field. 9.5 seconds. His lap times are about a second plus a lap quicker. I'll tell you what, that was aggressive. But he actually's got a smile on his face too when he made that little mistake there. Like, oh, I got away with that one. Maybe no one saw it. We saw it.
We did. Even the best are not immune from mistakes. Now look at this fight, though. Garen Batten versus Jonathan Dance. This is the fight for 9th spot. And Batten just holding off Dance for the time being. It's all about how you negotiate these jumps, though. And Dance trying to fire it up the inside. That's a rough landing, though. Wasn't quite able to get alongside. So Batten is safe.
Oh!
Oh, that's not
where
safe.
a truck should be coming from.
No. Enter stage right for the number 51 of Jerry Isaacs. Oh, someone's been flipped. Brenton Foster. He's fallen back to 6th. Amazing that he actually managed to get that going again. Oh, that is worth a replay, Jay. Talk about serendipity and a great recovery. Check this out. Well, okay, so we'll see what happened to the number 51 first. Yeah, just backed it into the corner literally, and there was like, okay, guys, I'm just going to come on in front of you. This is what happened to Foster. Catches the barrier, and then, oh, that's okay. I'm on all 4 wheels. Let's just keep going.
Let's not worry about it. Let's keep going. He's done a very, very good job there, hasn't he, to make sure that he's continued the race. Battle for second still going. But that battle that we were just watching there with Foster, that's been going all race long. Northway, Abramatis and Foster have not been in the same order for a full lap. I can't think of how long it's been since they had a full lap nose to tail in the same order. And you notice who's coming up in the background there? Austin Peterson, who's been very, very aggressive, or showed a lot of intent in regards to overtaking. And then Christian Challoner's there as well. So, but these last couple of spots aren't done. Speaking of spots that aren't done, 2nd and 3rd isn't done either.
No, it certainly isn't. Travis Walling is not safe from Justin Morton here on the start of the final lap. And look at that. Lovely straight exit from Morton. Looks like Walling's going to try and protect the inside here, but that's not always the best place to be at this hairpin. They both managed to get into it, make a little bit of contact. It seems like Walling is safe just for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, Robert Northway trying to stay ahead of Tom Abramatis and Brenton Foster. We see Austin Peterson in there as well in 7th spot. Walling protecting 2nd for the time being from Morton, but the inside line is there. The checkered flag is already out for Jarrett Liebert, who is going to cruise to victory through the final corner, and that is going to be the Pro 4 final win for him. Fantastic stuff from Jarrett Liebert, insurmountable. But Walling still has to protect from Morton here, who gets ahead for 2nd. And look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that. Morton celebrating 2nd place there. Got it in the final turn.
And how's the reaction? He actually said, oh my gosh, as if he didn't think there was a chance that he could steal that spot. That's so cool to watch. Well done to him. Who's going to get that 15th position at the moment? It's Ken Leung. And he looks like he's all safe there at the moment in 15th.
Yeah, looks like it. It's unfortunate for the likes of Adam Johnson, Jake Fox, Jerry Isaacs, Shane Vickery, and Zach Price. But yeah, they finished outside the top 15. Depends on, of course, some of those drivers competed in the Pro 2 event as well, and we'll see if they finished inside the top 15 in that. We will see in a few moments' time just who has made it into the final. But these are the results in the top 10 in the A main for the Pro 4. 13 seconds was the gap ultimately from Jarrett Liebert to Justin Morton. It'll be hard for anyone to overcome Jarrett when we get to the final. So Dance rounds out the top 10, and ultimately 15th spot would go to Ken Leung. Stevens, Barber, Dowd, Steele, they are all safe in the top 15 there. And ultimately it wasn't very much separating Adam Johnson from Jake Fox at the end. Jerry Isaacs, the last vehicle to finish on the lead lap. Vickery and Price. Vickery managing, I think, to get to the end, but Price definitely retiring. All right, we're going to take one more breather here on SimSpeed TV, and when we come back, it will be time for the final. Pro 2 versus Pro 4 at Crandon for the World Cup.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
You're watching SimSpeed TV. The 7th round of the Majors series in the Pacific region is about to come to its conclusion. We are racing at Crandon International Raceway off-road in the Lucas Oil Off-Road Pro 2 and Pro 4 trucks. And it is time for the 10-lap final where we mash the classes together. The top 15 from each event have decided they will choose a machine to race. And now we get ready for a handicap race. It's the Predator format. Drivers who have selected the Pro 2 truck will start first with a 10-second lead over the Pro 4 trucks. And it's an out-and-out race between them. Whoever wins this final will win the event. So, let's see who has what it takes here. I'm Reese Gardner, Jay Kennedy with me in the comms box and handling production behind the scenes. It's time, Jay, to see who will be fastest of Pro 2 and Pro 4. Ultimately, it's looking to me like Jarrett Liebert, of course, racing in the World Championship Pro 4 series here on iRacing, has the advantage over the rest of the field, but could certainly go wrong for him having to make his way through Pro 2 trucks as well.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. And I think it's been told from the admins that they've changed it from 8 to a 10-second head start, which I think is very fair. Interesting that we've got 20 trucks that are in, 20 drivers that have qualified. What would you guess the split between Pro 2 and Pro 4 would be in a 20-car field? 20
yeah,
truck field.
Well, yeah. I mean, looking at the split right now, it's looking fantastic. It seems that we have a literal half and half.
How good
split here. Fantastic stuff. 10 Pro 2s and 10 Pro 4s.
Yep, 10 of each. So the 10 Pro 2s will have an advantage here of 10 seconds. So the drivers that will race the Pro 2 truck, we'll go through them quickly. It'll be Challoner, Price, Stevens, Morton, Foster, Steele, McSparren, Isaacs, Bennett, and Koska. Then the drivers driving in the Pro 4 truck will be Nathan Dowd, Jonathan Dance, Tom Abramatis, Jared Liebert, Barber, Lung, Northway, Batten, Peterson, Walling, and Koska. And no, that's it. I was going to say Andrew Koska twice, but no, he's driving the 2.
Certainly be a feat for Andrew Koska if he drove two
both at
different
the same time?
trucks at the same time. Yes,
Be good to watch.
Right then, it's qualifying time. Every driver gets 4 laps over the next 10 minutes to set their time for the grid and decide how far to the right or how far to the left on the land rush start they begin. So, Jarrett Liebert is already out in his Pro 4. We are looking at the Pro 2 truck at the moment, the number 22 of Jason McSparren. And Kinetic SP Racing has certainly shown that they have what it takes to race up at the top. McSparren hasn't had the biggest amount of luck tonight, especially in the Pro 2s. So let's see what he can do. Travis Walling has decided to stick with the Pro 4 here.
Another interesting thing as well that I've just noticed is a few drivers have opted not to do qualifying. Obviously thinking they, especially the guys in the Pro 4, will start last anyway. They might as well not qualify, and then, you know, the other part of that is they're starting closer to that outside the clay there, where we've seen such a good run. So a few drivers being a little bit sneaky, trying to start as close to that as they can.
Yeah, it's a fair point you make, but I noticed, especially considering the event in full, it seems like the left-hand side start is more advantageous in the Pro 2s because they obviously have less power to work with, less wheels, less rubber to put that power down. So the more grip you have, the better, obviously, in those cars. The Pro 4s, well, the 4 stands for four-wheel drive. So it seems like it's a bit more equal across the grass versus the clay in that class. So we'll see what happens when we actually get to the handicap land rush start.
This is an interesting little look here as well. So we've got Jerry Isaacs in the Pro 2. His time's on the left. On the right, it's Travis Walling in the Pro 4. First sector of the lap, Pro 2 is actually a tiny little bit quicker through the tighter, twistier part of the lap.
Yeah, the Pro 4, I think, has to back off a little bit more. And obviously, the Pro 2, having slower speed in general, is able to keep the wheels in contact with the ground for a little bit longer, I think. A little bit less speed being carried over those jumps. So, Walling, a tenth slower in the first sector, but you see that where straight line speed is king in the second sector, he definitely gets that time back. And a 117.8 from Travis Walling to start things off. A 117.7, though, for Jerry Isaacs. And Jarrett Liebert immediately goes to the top on a 116.5. But Isaacs and now Justin Morton, plus Christian Challoner, making an excellent case for the Pro 2s here.
Yeah, I'm surprised that it's as close as it is, but I mean, we've seen when we get into race spec that the pace is around about 2 seconds a lap slower. Yeah, how much of a disadvantage is the 2 seconds a lap going to be with a 10-second head start? That obviously equates to 5 laps of pace, but I feel like the 10-second head start is going to be enough for these Pro 2s. I think it's going to be a Pro 2 win, but the Pro 4 will come at them right at the end of the final lap to close that gap down. This is Brendan Foster on screen. Very, very smooth in his Pro 2.
Yeah, Brenton Foster, having not set a time yet. Looks to me like pretty much everyone except Garen Batten and Tom Abramaitis are out on track at the moment. So Abramaitis and Batten, I don't think will be going for a time necessarily. We still have 5.5 minutes left in the session, so there's still a chance for them to go out. But Foster comes across the line and goes to 5th in Pro 2, 7th overall. Very nicely done indeed. Travis Walling, meanwhile, up in second spot right now. Gavin Barber puts his first time down in the Pro 4. Robert Northway in the Pro 4-2 with 6th spot overall for him. Seems like it's basically Jarrett Liebert and then the Pro 2s in terms of pace up at the very top of the field. Let's see what Walling can do on this lap, though.
Yeah, I mean, this qualifying session is probably the one that means the least to everyone in this field because we know that the Pro 2s are going to start first anyway. But I think there's a fair bit of bragging rights going to go on in this within the group here of who can do what time. Walling, what will he be able to do on his third of 4 laps? It's time of a 7.9, and it is a 1:18.2, so he won't improve. What Jared Liebert can do, his first sector looks very, very strong. See what he can do in the middle part of the lap.
Almost looks like he's cruising it, doesn't it? That's how it always looks when a super quick world championship caliber driver is racing one of these things. He looks a lot less rough than anyone else does. And you can see just how controlled he is over the jumps, how beautifully straight he manages to land it. Barely looks like he's putting in any effort at all.
Now, rather than doing laps, have a look at what Justin Morton's doing in this second half of qualifying.
He is testing that land rush start, interestingly. seeing how much grip there is on the grass versus the gravel. He's trying to get the best start possible. Remember, though, the drivers do have to be very careful as Liebert improves to a 1:16.2, and Challoner tries to get a better time on the board. Morton improves to a 17.2. First of the Pro 2s. What the drivers have to be aware of is that standing start. We've already seen plenty of drivers tonight, especially in the Pro 2s, fall afoul of the transmission on the standing start. You need to keep it in neutral or put it in first gear and hold the brake when you get the start going. Otherwise, you will just jump the start. That being that torque converter 3-speed auto transmission. Christian Challoner to the line then. Will it be a low 17? It'll be a mid 17. And he will manage to put Jerry Isaacs back to 4th overall. Looks like Brian Bennett also made an improvement, got up to 14th overall. Austin Peterson trades places with Brenton Foster meanwhile. And Ken Leung goes to 14th place.
Still didn't improve on his lap. Nathan Dowd, though, is about to come up and complete his 4th and final lap. You can do Brendan Foster up to 3rd lap. Challoner drops back to 4th after just getting himself into that top 3. Now, just also heard that how the plan, fingers crossed it should work how it's planned, but the plan is for the Pro 2s to be lined up on the front row of the Land Rush start and the Pro 4s on the rear. Now, fingers crossed it all automates the way that it is planned, and how close is that to that inside wall for Dowd? That looked almost perfect.
Yeah, certainly did. That's a good improvement for Dowd. He makes his way up from 12th to 8th overall. Lovely stuff. But tell you what, for everyone except for Jarrett Liebert, it's going to be difficult to pass the fastest Pro 2s, isn't it? Because we've got Jarrett Liebert, then we've got Morton, Foster, Challoner, and Isaacs in Pro 2s. The next Pro 4 is Travis Walling, as Challoner goes faster than Foster now.
Yeah, on that though, we've seen that the race pace is very, very different between these trucks. So yeah, qualifying pace is not as different. Not as
there we go. Robert Northway finally splits them.
Yep, Northway up into 4th outright. 2nd in class, so conditions are about the same as what we saw in the previous round of races as well. So it looks pretty normal conditions for everyone. But that'll end all of the running because nobody else will be able to do any more laps. Go through first. Pro 2 runners.
So Morton, the fastest of them, with Challoner, Foster, Isaacs, and Dan Stevens rounding out the top 5. Zach Price, 6th fastest, with Kotska, Bennett, Steele, and McSparren rounding out the 10-car field for that. 2.3 seconds covering. I don't think McSparren got a lap in he was very happy with. Meanwhile, there is looks to be 8 Pro 4s with it headed up by... Oh, yeah, for lap time, sorry. Yeah, got to remember that Abramatis and Batten did not set laps in qualifying. So Liebert the fastest, obviously, 1.3 seconds ahead of Northway, but could be close between Walling, Dowd, and Peterson. Hell, throw Gav Barber in there as well. That is some very close running there. And it looks like the Pro 2s are indeed lining up in front of the Pro 4s. So things have worked out very nicely for this Land Rush start. We will wait for everyone to get onto the grid and for the revs to rise. We are going already. Oh, careful of the jump start, Ken Leung. There we go. 10-second head start for the Pro 2s. All right, the final is go. Justin Morton on the inside, but let's see what the guys on the right-hand side do. Zach Price will move up into 2nd place. Excellent start from Brian Bennett as the Pro 4s are now away. And Jarrett Liebert will lead the way for that category when they make their way into the first corner. All right, now we wait and see how quickly the Pro 4s can catch up to the Pro 2s. Zach Price gets into the lead. Justin Morton moving back to 2nd as that's jostling for position. That is Travis Walling, who's been sent to the back. Robert Northway with problems too. Ken Leung moving back.
Bennett and Morton side by side here at the front of the Pro 2 group gap between McSparren, the last runner in Pro 2, the first runner in Pro 4, Jared Liebert, 8.2 seconds already as they get to the start line to officially start lap number 1.
Apologies, I called out Ken Lung for a jump start, potentially. It was actually Andrew Kotska.
Yep.
Yeah, they're driving the same colour car. That's my excuse.
They
but
are
Kotska
too,
has
exactly
gotten
the same.
Yes, Kotska, though, has gotten a black flag. He is going to have to come in for a penalty. We won't be seeing him fighting the Pro 4s much there. Anyway, let's keep our eyes on this battle here in Pro 2. Oh dear, that is the number 51 of Jerry Isaacs getting into the sandbags, and that's big damage as the Pro 4s come on through.
Have a look at the gap already. Before the end of the first lap, I think we're going to see Liebert on the tail of the Pro 2s. It's now 2.6 seconds separating McSparren and Liebert. Nothing in it in this group already. Didn't take long.
No, certainly didn't. Still a fight for the lead between Zach Price and Justin Morton, but Price, unfortunately messing up the last jump of the lap, falls back behind Justin Morton. And now Bennett and Steele will try and work their way into that top 2 potentially. Jarrett Liebert is catching up now to Jason McSparren, who is 8th in Pro 2. And we'll get an idea of what the actual difference is between these categories here. They are making their way onto the straight just behind this crew. There's Liebert up behind McSparren. You see that in terms of outright straight line speed, not a huge amount of difference, but the Pro 4 definitely gets the better traction out of these corners.
Well, Challoner's dropped again. Challoner's having more internet issues. It's like they may have resolved themselves, but Challoner won't be too happy with that. Not a good night for him in regards to the internet woes. Liebert just all sorts of crossed up over the jump. He's going to get past Challoner by the end of lap 2. I don't think you would have had that on your bingo card to start the night.
No, certainly not. Challoner, having fallen back massively, has not had a good run in this final. He's going to have to work hard to get past everyone else, and he's definitely not going to get back past Jarrett Liebert once he's through. Around the outside of the final corner, Liebert gives Challoner just enough space on the inside. Challoner does the same. Liebert now through.
Yep. So Liebert up into 7th now. Gap between he and the lead, 7.8 seconds. It's not far away. That leader at the moment is Justin Morton. It's basically half of this straight is the gap. It's not a huge margin. See there, there's Price, Bennett, Steele, Foster, Dan Stevens now. One that's feeling the pressure from Jared Liebert. Really be able to close that gap down. There's still plenty of time left in this race.
Yep, we are halfway around lap 3. We're coming close to that. Travis Walling makes his way past Jerry Isaacs, who it seems was going slow for a second there. So at the moment, we still have Pro 2s taking up Pro 2s taking up the top 5 positions as Liebert makes his way past Dan Stevens, but Dan's going to try and fight him back here potentially coming into the final or second last hairpin. But the traction with 4-wheel drive is with Jarrett Liebert there.
Morton doing a good job front. Very composed, but how composed will he be once Jared Liebert gets past all of the others? The advantage that Morton has is he's got a gap from everyone else. The disadvantage is that when Liebert gets ahead, he's got clear track in front and can just drive away from everyone else. So probably how it will play out when that does happen is how long he's got to wait before that actually does occur. Is a big moment there for Zach Price. Almost looped it around, but well and truly backed it into the hairpin.
Have a look at that. Jarrett Liebert is right on the back of this pack, who were almost at a standstill on the hairpin, at least if your name is Brian Bennett. Ryan Steele up ahead of him now, and Liebert making up more and more time on these 3 trucks. Bit of a gap to Zach Price ahead, so that'll give Liebert some space potentially. And oh, goodness, all right. Liebert having a little bit of a whoopsie moment there, and Brenton Foster almost getting sent off the track. A little bit of contact, never hurt anyone in these trucks though.
Well, almost did.
Yeah, almost. Liebert up into 5th overall. Now 4th as he bumps Brian Bennett out of the way, and into the wall briefly went Brenton Foster. Liebert's wasting no time carving his way through this field, and pretty soon he'll be in 3rd overall and trying to chase down Zach Price and Justin Morton. Morton is currently 6.2 seconds ahead of Liebert. We have 5 laps to go when they cross the line next. Yeah. Is that going to be enough?
I think it will be. I think he'll be able to get there, but will he be able to get through? I think now that Liebert has only a couple of cars to overtake rather than a group of cars, he might find it a little bit easier now. I've seen that. That's because just had an issue and driven in the pit lane. Oh, he's hit the wall! Oh, that was big for Liebert. He's going to continue on unscathed by the looks of it, but that was a heavy hit in the wall. Tiny, tiny lapse in concentration there.
Yeah, just turned in a little too early, and probably was trying to find a way to the inside of Steele, but of course the wall is there. Let's have another look at it. He was probably keeping an eye on Steele and maybe not paying attention to where his own truck was going. So a momentary lapse there for Jarrett Liebert, but now he is up the inside of Ryan Steele at the final corner and moves through into 3rd overall. He has got 2.5 seconds to make up to get past Zach Price in 2nd, and the gap still remains at 6.5 seconds to Justin Morton up in front.
How quickly will that gap close down now, though, that he's got nobody in front of him that could interfere? No one around that will hold him up and run those slightly different lines. I think that's probably been the biggest thing for Liebert, is that everyone's running different lines to what he would normally run. So the truck's obviously a little bit slower, drives differently, so it has hurt him a little bit in regards to pace. But now that he's got fairly clear track around him, how quickly will this gap close down? It's down from 2.5 to 2 seconds within a couple of corners, and still closing. This is where the Pro 4 looks stronger, though. Through this section of the track, this is where the Pro 4's been looking very strong.
Yeah, with the Pro 2 being rear-wheel drive, it's often a bit more difficult to really back it into the corners like you can in the Pro 4. You can see that Liebert is having a good time just chucking it into every single turn here. Entry is where it is. Like, who was that? Nathan Dowd?
Was having a big moment in the background.
Yeah, Brian Bennett. A little bit of an excursion off the track.
A bit more than a little bit.
Yeah. Well, of course, I always like understating on purpose. Let's see how much of an understatement it was. Oh, dear. Contact with Stevens.
Yeah, Dan Stevens. He's ended up back nearly a full lap behind, then had to bring it back around. So he's done a good job to recover that. Remember last time we were sort of talking about the gap from Liebert to P1? It was around about nearly 6.5 to 7 seconds. Now 5.5 seconds and closing still.
There's going to be 3 laps to go when they cross the line next. What Liebert has to do is get past Zach Price right now and drive the wheels off that Pro 4 truck. Otherwise, Justin Morton is going to run away with this. Morton, setting low 1 minute 17s, is right on it in terms of pace. Liebert, able to set high 116s, finally gets by Zach Price. And now the chase is on over the final 3 laps here at Crandon.
They both look.
Yeah. All right, we'll keep an eye on that delta then. Morton, of course, in VR. He's got all of the viewpoints in the world to use across these jumps.
Just realised I didn't have my mic turned on for that little bit I was just talking there, but we're all good now. Wouldn't be a
So
broadcast
Daisy?
without me forgetting to put my mic on.
I heard you though, mentioning that it's good to have both drivers on Zoom. All right, so Morton.
And a 4.5.
Yeah. This could be still a proper race to the end. Jarrett Liebert is certainly up to pace now. When you look at the way he goes through every single corner, that car is gliding. It's beautiful.
And fastest lap for Morton is a 17.3. Fastest lap for Liebert there, a 16.6. Obviously not enough, but we did see him get down into the 14s earlier in the Pro 4 races. So we could see him still get there. There's still time. There's still pace in his truck. This is his first full lap without having anyone else to interfere as well.
Yeah, that it is. Penultimate lap here.
Did he lose too much time at the hairpin here, though?
I reckon there's potential. Look at him here.
Almost stopped.
Went in very hot, and yeah, that was that did look like he didn't quite carry as much momentum through it as he wanted to. Morton, though, is absolutely nailing that second last hairpin every time, isn't he?
Yep.
He's making a V shape out of that corner and going for a big late apex. Problem for Robert Northway, meanwhile. He's in the pits. Looks like he's had a crash out on track. It seems we have lost Robert Northway for the time being as the final lap begins here at Crandon. And it looks like the World Cup is just about in Justin Morton's hands.
Crash is an understatement here, Reese. Watch this.
Okay, how much of an incident was this? Oh, dear.
And then off into the middle.
Yeah. A roof surprisingly doesn't have much grip on dirt. So that's the gap between our leaders.
That looked better from
It's
Liebert
down
there.
It did. It's down to 2.9, and Liebert can make up some time in this section of the track as well. Could be very close. I think if the handicap was 9 seconds, we'd probably be a little bit closer here. Of course, the admins had to make a decision.
The 8 seconds, I think, might have been a bit too short, but the 10 may have been a little too much. I think the 9 seconds might have been perfect, and I'm sure they'll tweak that for the Atlantic region tomorrow. Justin Morton, this looks like the World Cup is his.
Looks like it. Through the final turn, checkered flag is out, and Justin Morton wins the Crandon World Cup. Round 7 of the Majors Series goes to him. Jarrett Liebert finishes in second spot. But the celebration's already on here for Justin Morton in car number 9. Simply fantastic running. And yes, he was helped a bit by the handicap increase, but it was still a supremely driven race.
Yep, definitely was. He drove a very, very good race. Drove very smart. Wasn't easy. When he was at the front, it wasn't just smooth sailing for him, so he had to work hard for it. But congratulations, Justin Morton. Great drive and great win. Well done. And while this race itself wasn't for championship points, overall, he'll be very, very happy with how the night has gone, especially in comparison to his championship rivals.
Yeah, certainly. Christian Challoner in the end finished in 8th overall, so I get the feeling that that's going to close things up a bit with regards to the points, especially considering Justin Morton's points haul earlier in the night. Yeah, I'm sure that you heard that. I saw it.
I saw it
Justin,
too.
Morton, of course, getting, I think, a bit of a victory slap. But those are your results. 3 seconds was the gap in the end. Jarrett Liebert is already disconnected from the server. I don't think he's too happy with how that went for him. But Zach Price, Ryan Steele, and Brenton Foster will round out the top 5. Batten, Stevens, Challoner, Peterson, and Warling are your top 10 in the final.
Yep, the rest of the field, McSparron, Bennett, Lung, Dowd, Isaac, Stance, Koska, then Barber, the last driver on the lead lap. Northway and Abramatis both had issues. In regards to how it split in the top 10, we had 6 Pro 2s and 4 Pro 4s within the top 10. This was the woe we were just talking about, race. There's the celebration. And then you'll see...
Comes to a stop.
Comes to a stop, and is it Ryan Steele that comes through, or is it Brenton Foster? I'm not sure who it was. No, I don't even know who that was. But anyway, they made big contact.
Batten, right?
Yep. Whoever it was a big hit.
Yes, and it was sent sky high. Didn't seem to do much to Morton, though. Wow. All right. I think
We're done.
We're done. Doesn't look like we'll be joined by any of the drivers for interviews, but big congratulations to finishers. Oh, actually, Justin Morton's just jumped in, so might as well have a chat. Yep. Timed it perfectly indeed. Justin Morton is with us now, and the Crandon World Cup is yours, Justin. Congratulations.
Thank you. I was not too sure if the Pro 2 was the right choice there, but I'm really glad I went with it.
Yeah, definitely looked like, the handicap did help being increased from 8 to 10 seconds, but still, Jarrett Liebert was so quick tonight. He was still in it.
Oh yeah, I was watching my mirror the entire time, just watching him creep in and creep in. I think it might have still worked out at the 8 seconds. It would have been a lot tighter, but I think the 10 seconds was the right call. He could have got through the field a little bit better, or I could have got stuck behind Zach longer, and it would have just been different. But it's what they chose to do.
It must have been an experience racing this event in VR.
Oh, yeah, I love running VR. It's pretty much the only way I can sim race anymore. Between the Pro 4 qualifying and my second heat, I had to run upstairs, get a fan. I was starting to get really hot.
Yeah, evidently it's sweaty work racing around Crandon. Well, I suppose now we can look things forward in the Majors series. It's been a really good run from you this round, and you've probably closed your points gap to Christian Challoner. The next event is going to be the Sandown 500. We obviously have a Sandown 500 that we're broadcasting this afternoon, but man, it's all Sandown all the time in September. You're going to be jumping in the Australian touring cars for that one. Are you already thinking about that?
Yep, I've already switched my mind to going to the supercars. I like the supercars. I like driving NASCAR and road courses, so the supercars are pretty similar in some ways. Looking forward to it. Sandown's also really a blast to drive, but that 500 miles is going to be a brutal race.
Not quite 500 miles.
Kilometers.
Works out to about 300-ish miles, so won't be as bad. Is there anyone that you'd like to thank before we let you go, Justin, as we send you our congratulations once again?
I'd like to thank all the guys on the Forge team for coming together and practicing. I know some of them didn't quite have the results they were wanting, just getting caught up in bad situations in the race and whatever, but shout out to Sam. He was racing sick. He pushed through it to run in the Pro 2s, but he couldn't do the Pro 4s. Thank my friend Alex Linney for doing my paint. You might have noticed the possums. It's kind of just an in joke in our little community. Thanks to the Major Series, Mike, and everybody who puts in so much effort to making this league really a great league. I love running here. Probably one of my favorite leagues to run in. And thank you guys for doing the broadcasting. You do a fantastic job.
Thanks very much, Justin. It's one of our favorite leagues to broadcast as well. That's Justin Morton, winner of the event, Jay. And, I guess it's time for us to say goodbye. Thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in across the course of this night and echoing Justin's sentiment there. Big thanks to the crew at the Major Series for putting this on. Of course, yes, as we mentioned, Jay, Sandown 500 is happening next round in the Major Series at the end of September. But we've got another Sandown 500 to think about in just 40 minutes time.
Yeah, so if you want to give a bit of a preview and you're based in the US and you don't know what to expect for the Sandown 500, come and join us in about 40 minutes time for the V8 Scop Sandown 500, one of the big events of the year. Got some real world drivers participating as well. I can see We've got Shane Van Gisbergen racing. We've got Ryan Wood teaming up with Richie Stanaway. So yeah, this is going to be a very, very fun one. So if you're wanting to know what the Sandown 500 is all about, come and join us over about 40 minutes time. But yeah, the next round of the majors will be very, very fun. And to echo what Justin said as well, they do drive very, very similar to a NASCAR on a road course. So the drivers that are good in that may find themselves a bit of an advantage there. Bring it on. Can't wait for that round of the major series in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I can't wait either. Well, we'll see you all again soon if you're staying with us for the V8 Scops Sandown 500. But otherwise, thanks very much for watching, everybody. Make sure to lend your support to Cure LGMD2I, and we will see you again next time.